Ja, jag kan göra det. I admire how skillful Henrik Hollén was in using a mask and managing to talk, so I will try to do the same. We waited a couple of minutes because we also have live streaming, and I also welcome those who follow us on streaming. It's a big pleasure to be here. My name is Johan Häggman. I will be the technical moderator. We also have moderators for each panel, but in between I will come and tell what's happening. And I work as a policy officer for FUEN, and it's a great pleasure to be here on the 5th Forum of the European Minority Regions. We had, last time I was here at Hanaholmen was exactly 20 years ago, then also organizing a conference with the same people, Anna Ljungner Nordgren from Folktinget, and Gösta Toft, who then worked for EBLO. We both worked, but FUEN is now the new big European umbrella organization with more than 100 member organizations in 35 countries. And this Forum of the Minority Regions, we hope, will become the new, what was then the Partnership for Diversity, cooperation between minority regions in Europe and the Federal Union of European Nationalities. But that was enough. I always get exhausted from talking through this mask, so I won't say much more, but I will start by presenting the first speaker, which is the host of this place, CEO of Hanaholmen Hanasaari, Gunvor Kronman.
Dear friends, bästa nordiska och europeiska vänner, hyvät kuulijat, ladies and gentlemen.
Dear Nordic friends,
It's a great pleasure for me to open today's conference. As the CEO of Hanaholmen, which is one of the partners behind today's event, I'd like to emphasize the importance of exactly this kind of cooperation across borders and regions, cooperation across scientific areas and across professional actors. I wish to thank our co-organizers, the Federal Union of European Nationalities, Folktinget and Svenska Kulturfonden. Thank you for excellent cooperation. Hanaholmen is a cooperation center for Finland and Sweden with strong Nordic and international activities. The current pandemic has forced us to find new solutions to fulfill our mission. This is to increase and develop the interaction between organizations, between authorities, between researchers and companies. We work to encourage people to use the potential of cross-sector networking, and to put it clearly, to actually meet each other, to find new ways of learning from each other, to find solutions, all with the goal to contributing to creating more resilient and thriving societies. The Nordic region wants to become the most integrated region in the world. This year, it's 50 years since the first declaration about Nordic language policy. Right now, work is ongoing in order to update this policy. We recognize that the world has changed a lot in 50 years. At the same time, sharing languages in an integrated region that wants to deepen its integration is also very crucial. The topic of this conference is close to Hanaholmen's core activities. The diversity of languages and cultures is of vital significance in our work. The world of business, as it will be discussed in the first panel today, focusing on Nordic diversity, a formula for economic growth, allows me to give you just one example of the practical work with languages that Hanaholmen is doing. Hanaholmen runs since many years already now an educational network which is called Svenska Nu. This network encourages young Finns to learn more languages. This is made mainly by letting artists, chefs, athletes, and journalists, to mention a few professions, visit the classroom. By bringing interesting activities in Swedish into the schools in Finland, The Swedish new network has already achieved as one of the European Commission best practices for learning neighboring languages. Examples. In business terms, you all know the facts. You can buy in any language, but it's much easier to sell if you speak the customer's language. I wish that you get the most out of this two-day conference with also a lot of networking and mingling. That is something we definitely have missed the past almost 2 years. And I also hope that you will be able to enjoy the beautiful environment, our vast art collection, and maybe also take a stroll in the art park surrounding the house. With these words, I want to give the floor to the President of FUEN, the Member of the European Parliament, Mr. Laurent Vince. Thank you and wishing you a good conference.
Thank you, Gunvor Kroman. She is right now in Iceland. That's why she wasn't here with us physically. But I now give the floor to the President of the Federal Union of European Nationalities and Member of the European Parliament, Mr. Laurent Vince.
Good afternoon. And also from my side, welcome to the 5th edition of the Forum of the European Minority Regions. It is always a pleasure to be in a Nordic country. It always inspires me, at least, and only the natural environment already gives this freshness and readiness and inspire us to work. I think that we need to thank our partners for being able to be here. So I would like also to thank Hanna Holmen, the Nordic Council, the Svenska Foundation, the Folketinget, our financial partners, the German and the Hungarian government. It is the 5th edition of this Minority Regions Forum. We usually call it minority regions, so those where minorities live, and minority-friendly regions, so those who don't necessarily have a significant number of regional minorities living in, but they are sympathetic with our cause and they support us in different European institutions. You have in this booklet, in your dossiers, the history of the minority regions movement or flagship project of the FUEN. We started in South Tyrol, where many regional representatives gathered in 2016, and we decided together it was important to meet and to discuss on matters that are important for all our regions. And let's try to not only speak about the identity-related aspect of minority protection that we usually do in our organization, but let's try to see the other face of the coin. Let's speak about the economic added value of the minorities. Let's speak about the role of the minority communities in their societies, what this brings in a certain region, in a certain state. So that was the whole idea, and I am glad that with the 5th edition, we already managed to go through some very important steps and many important points. And here we are now in the Nordic states with a very clear ambition and goal to bring you closer to the FUEN and to bring FUEN closer to the Nordic minorities, because you worked a lot. And especially the beginning of the 20th century and after the Second World War, the minority protection models that were developed here in the Nordic states remained model for many other states in Europe. So the Swedish-speaking model in Finland, the Öland Islands, just to speak only about Finland, remain a cornerstone for minority protection. And we always look as a best practice example from Central Eastern Europe or from Southern Europe perspective. It would be really great to have more active organizations from the region in the FUEN among our ranks, because it would be, I think, mutually beneficial. The fact that you can bring in your experience and your inspiration. And for us, it would be really important to give you the insight of how minority groups, how our regions develop, what are the main challenges in the different states. Sometimes people ask me, okay, I go to a foreign conference and what do I gain from that presence? And I always say, be there and be open. Speak with people, listen to the experts and the panelists, and I'm sure that you will learn meaningful experiences that will help you in your work at home. I would like to refer a bit to the main question of this conference. Why is it important to speak about the languages and their added value in the society? I think today it should not even be a question anymore. But from the perspective of some states, it is still a need to say that those times when states were able to develop because of a heterogeneity, because of one culture, one language, meant being the driver of the economy, the one market, one language, one product labeling, especially at a time when our national economy today are already integrated, this starting point is well outdated. And I think we should be the one to say this out loud, because the diversity of our regions really are a driver for the competition among the regions, for the world economy. And there is an obvious need to be able to exploit that advantage, that national and linguistic minorities have a particular and untapped potential to be developed inside of the society. We already have many data that demonstrate the strong correlation between economic development and the success with which the relationship between the minority and the majority of a state has been handled in a given region. And we don't have to look far. The Eurostat data show us that some of the multi-ethnic regions are well developed compared to the EU average, like the Bolzano autonomous region with a purchasing power standard of 149, above the EU average, the Trento autonomous region with 122, Catalonia with 110, the Basque Country with 121, all below the EU average. And I could share with you other data from the other end of this chart, which shows you, for example, the central region from Romania, where I'm coming from. I'm Hungarian from Romania, and we live in the middle of Romania mostly. There, we are at 55% of the EU average, because there is an untapped potential of the communities still. Or the Anatoliki Macedonia region, the Traki in Greece, where the average is 46%. But the 400,000 large Turkish community in Greece is not even recognized. So they cannot be part of the development of that region. Our organization, the FUEN, had this large project in the past decade, the Minority Safe Pack Initiative, that went beyond this concept of supporting the minorities, protecting our languages and cultures. This is the main idea, of course, and still remains. But we went a bit beyond that. Because we called also for special funding for minority groups. We also spoke about the need to take action in the regional cohesion policy in order to have this untapped potential of minorities better used. We showed how promoting multilingualism and multiculturalism in the European regions, we can really contribute to the economic growth and social cohesion. Now, the European Union, the European Commission actually did not take into account our proposals. They rejected, they decided not to have legal acts on our proposals. And with this decision, they said, we are not interested in this, in this offer of the minority regions and minority communities. We are not interested in cross-border cooperation, for example, because many of our communities live in border region areas, and their commitment to their region and to the region in the neighboring country, that is their kin state usually, is really important, and it proved to be beneficial for all. Our opportunities, I think, are clear, and Europe is in a period when it is looking to new opportunities and trying to define itself, projecting a new future, and the conference on the future of Europe is exactly that. And it is not a surprise that the FUAN in our last Congress in Trieste a few weeks ago decided to make some proposals to the European Union in the context of the conference. And we made concrete proposals also regarding the border regions, where we say that cooperation between border regions can improve the opportunities for European national and linguistic minorities to preserve and develop their culture, that the Interreg programs should therefore take into account the specific needs of national and linguistic minorities living in the border regions in the design and resource allocation of the cross-border cooperation programs. I think what we should do, and I would like to invite you to use the opportunity of this conference to bring further arguments to convince the European Union institutions that what we can offer to Europe is indeed an added value. And there is a very strong impetus from our side to use this potential. So just be open with us and accept our offer. And I am sure that is something that will bring closer the majority and minority wherever they live in Europe. And with this, our societies overall will gain. So with this idea, I wish you all an excellent conference and good debates. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Laurent. I think you said something important there that we should pick, we should pick up and try to, during these 2 days, we gather here from more than 30 European countries. So we should definitely try to come up with some arguments that the FUAN could use and members of the European Parliament could use in order to convince the European Commission to defend and promote our languages and cultures. Now I have the honor to present the president of Folktinget. Folktinget is the Swedish Assembly in Finland, the umbrella organization representing the Swedish community in Finland. Mrs. Sandra Bergqvist, apart from being the president of Folktinget, she is also a member of the Finnish parliament. Is she here? Yeah, okay, sorry.
Bästa publik, arvoisa yleisö, I'm delighted to welcome you all to this conference. Språket är en stor del av vår identitet.
Language is a big part of our identity, and it depends on the language we're speaking. The tone of voice is always different. We also behave differently, and we express ourselves in different ways. Your native language gives you a chance to use nuanced language very differently compared to a language that we master or in a language that we just learned and only know a few phrases of it. In a multilingual society, the meaning of an importance of language is very clear. Diversity, which is linguistic diversity, gives a good basis for a welfare society. And we'll speak about this topic during this conference. And I have the great honor on behalf of Folketinget to wish you a warm welcome to our conference. And this is a joint event with Folketinget and FUEN. And FUEN organizes annually a forum for minority language areas. And this year, the topic is diversity and the language areas in Nordic countries and this value added that this brings to the economies of the Nordic countries. This topic is very close to the operations of Folketinget.
With 1 million Finns moving abroad in the 20th century. However, its population has always represented many cultures and languages, not least due to the country's geographical location between East and West. Finland is, of course, not the only country with such a history. Across Europe, we see many of these multilingual regions. Languages and different linguistic minorities are part of a country's history, part of a country's cultural heritage. All regions have their own strength and should be allowed to develop through them. Linguistic minorities should better be seen and appreciated as a strength among others. This applies both nationally and internationally. The success of the Minority Safe Pack European Citizens Initiative, coordinated by the FUEN, shows that the interest and concern of language minorities in the EU is widespread. I'm delighted that so many have shown interest in this conference, and I'm looking forward to taking part of all the best practices in the important work of promoting minority languages. Folketingets uppgift är att bevaka de språkliga rättigheterna och att främja svenska språkets
rights of regional languages and to promote the status of Swedish language in Finland. And for Folketinget, the national language strategy is something that is a priority for us. And today we are renewing our strategy. As for the national language strategy, it is not just a tool, but it should strengthen the two national languages of the country and also form a bridge between languages. It is also a way to stabilize society. It can strengthen the landscape, which might be a bit fragmented from the linguistic point of view, and sometimes the interaction or dialogue is not always constructive. But we need an updated strategy that reviews today's challenges and also the future outlook. In the future, we need to have priority as for Swedish language being a success factor for Finland, and that language is the way to build bridges. It gives you a sense of unity and it opens up new doors. And this, of course, is valid. We're very close to Sweden, that is valid here, but it's also valid for the Scandinavian area and Nordic countries. We are going to face a massive reform here in Finland, referring to the social sector and healthcare sector reform. In a couple of months' time, we're going to have new elections, so regional elections, and also the new well-being regions will start the operations in about 12 months. And with this reform, there are so many things that we need to be solving with very tight schedule, but you never can forget our fundamental rights. And one of these fundamental rights in this country is to get treatment in your own mother tongue, so in Finnish or in Swedish. And we know from experience that when you are founding new structures, it could be challenging to make strong enough structures with Swedish language that you can get equally good treatment in both languages, in Swedish and in Finnish. As in many other cases as well, this is not about any special right, but this is an equal right to get good treatment.
Tässä meillä on
And I
vielä
think
paljon
here
työtä.
we still have a lot to do.
Bästa seminariedeltagare.
Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic changed a lot of the structures that we are used to. Seminars, conferences lately have had participants whose names is Samsung and Andrew's iPad. So we always say first, can you hear me? Can you see me? And every time the chairperson needs to be asking, is that a new hat? Did you just put your hand, or was it something that came from the past? And did you have a pajamas on when you took floor online? I'm sure we are multiple people that have done that. I am happy that we are now able to meet each other face to face here today, but we can also enable the digital forum so that people can remotely follow this as well. I wish you all a fruitful conference, and I'm sure that we will get new thoughts and insights on how to promote minority languages. Thank you very much.
Tusen tack Sandra, jag kände igen det där med pyjamasbyxorna. Jag var själv på
Thank
väg
you
hit
very much, Sandra. I can recognize I did wear pajamas myself. I actually had jogging outfit when I came here myself today, and some people gave me some comments. You need to go to your huddle room to change, put some better clothes on, but that can happen to the COVID-19 pandemic, so I forget that there are living people who can really see my outfit, what I'm wearing.
Thomas Blomqvist, who is the Minister for Nordic Cooperation and Equality, and also a member of the Finnish Parliament. Most ministers in Finland are also members of the Parliament. So please, Minister Blomqvist, the floor is yours.
Tack. Thank you. Bästa åhörare, temat för den här forumet har en nära anknytning till det nordiska samarbetet.
The topic is very closely related to Nordic collaboration, and I'm very happy that I am here today to bring greetings to you. The objective and the direction for Nordic collaboration is being defined by a vision that the Prime Ministers decided 2 years ago. Nordic countries need to become most sustainable and integrated area or region in the world by 2050 or 30 in the world. And to reach this, we have 12 steps, milestones, and there we have 3 large strategic priorities. And we want to have green life, sustainability, and Nordic, socially sustainable Nordic countries. So we have 5 regions or countries, and also 2 autonomous areas. Faroe Islands, Greenland, and Åland Islands. There are equal members in this Nordic collaboration. The Faroe Islands and the Åland Islands came in 1970 in the Nordic Council, and Greenland joined in 1984. All 3 have a strong representation in the Nordic Ministerial Council. The Faroe Islands, Greenland, and Nordic Islands have a status in the Nordic collaboration that was strengthened in 2007 when we adopted the Åland Island document by the collaboration ministers. Ladies and gentlemen, so Finland is now the chairman of the Nordic Council of Ministers. It's a rotation, and we do this together with Åland Islands. And as our chairmanship, our slogan is Nordic countries together. And during our presidency, we are going to we decided that we will have a priority on learning from this COVID-19 crisis. One of the main focus areas that we want to further develop is the strengthening of Nordic collaboration, in particular in the readiness, the prepared level that we have in the countries to face things. We have launched 3 specific projects, and we want to support the everyday life cross-border digitalization or possibilities provided by digitalization. And we want to also promote networking in circular economy, in construction business in particular. And thirdly, we want to do some research on the society opportunities as for immigration. And the third project is a project where the Åland Islands and Grönland and island of Faroe Islands are involved as part of the research to see how their participation strengthens the democratic participation in Nordic countries. Their participation is very important today, and we want to highlight that. And we will come back to this early December when we have in Copenhagen a conference on this, and we will then, of course, talk more about the projects of our presidency.
One of the topics for this year's Minority Forum is border regions. The border regions have a special role in the Nordic community. Our goal is to become the most integrated region in the world, and the border regions can be seen as pioneers in this ambition. In many ways, the cross-border communities symbolize the essence of Nordic cooperation. In these areas, working, studying, or running errands across the border is a natural part of everyday life. Unfortunately, it is also the case that the Nordic border regions were hit the hardest by the entry of restrictions that were temporarily introduced during the COVID-19 pandemic. It is therefore very important that we now take note of the experiences of the border regions and include these insights in the lessons learned that we take with us from the pandemic as we continue to enhance and deepen our Nordic cooperation with the goal of becoming the world's most sustainable and integrated region by 2030. Dear listeners, I wish you 2 rewarding days at this year's forum, and I'm sure you have very interesting discussions ahead. Thank you. Tack.
Thank you, Minister Blomqvist. We're passing on to another minister of the Finnish government, to the Minister of Justice, Mrs. Anna-Maja Henriksson, and she's with us digitally. Anna-Maja Henriksson is also the president of the Swedish People's Party, and the Swedish People's Party is the RMDS of Finland. And now you wonder what RMDS is. It's the party of Laurent Vince, and the party that 90% of Hungarians in Romania vote for, and in Finland about 70 to 80% vote for the Swedish People's Party, just to explain the background. But now I give the floor to the Minister of Justice, who's with us from the ministry.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Finnish government, I would like to welcome you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf.
I would also like to thank the Federal Union of European Nationalities for inviting me to speak today. Unfortunately, I cannot attend the forum in person this time, but I sincerely hope that you will have a great conference filled with inspiring and constructive discussions. This forum will focus on how the Nordic region's economic prospects can be strengthened through diversity. It also focuses on the Nordic minorities' languages and rights, as well as on what exactly it means to belong to a minority. This is a topic that is very close to my heart, as I belong to the Swedish-speaking minority in Finland. Bästa vänner, Norden har alltid varit och är fortfarande en oerhört viktig referensram för oss finländare.
Finland
Vi identifierar oss med de övriga nordiska länderna.
The Nordic countries have always been an important reference area for us in Finland, and the whole societal development runs in line with the other Nordic countries, and we also share the same value base. We also have a very long common history with the other Nordic countries, and Finland in particular with Sweden for almost 600 years. Finland and Sweden were the same country, and you can see it still today. For example, looking at Swedes, about 700,000 Swedes originally moved from Finland to Sweden. Sweden is also the second largest trading partner to Finland, and there are very, very tight connections to Sweden. So Sweden is not just any neighboring country, it is our closest neighbor, and we can also see it in our legislation. The early legislation from the end of the 18th century is still the basis for our legislation. So, of course, we share many things in common with Sweden as well as with many other Nordic countries. Today, the Nordic countries have a wide-ranging political collaboration. We have had open labor market for 60 years, and that has allowed the citizens of the Nordic countries the possibility to work in any of those countries, and it is one of the biggest economic areas globally. So jointly, we are a very strong power, although alone, each country is not very big. And I'm convinced that in the Nordic countries, we are stronger together than any one of us is alone. And that's why we need an open and active dialogue. The Nordic countries should be the most integrated region in the world, the area where you can travel, work, and live without any borders. My party, the Swedish People's Party of Finland, has worked hard over the years to get a joint digital e-identification, and this has made progress. We should tighten the Nordic cooperation further and remove obstacles and borders. I know there's a lot of work being done for that. It doesn't only enhance the collaboration, but also the economies in our countries. Ladies and gentlemen, as Minister of Justice, I am also responsible for the linguistic rights in Finland. I'm happy about this position. I know what it means to be part of a linguistic minority. To be able to speak one's native tongue has much more than language, has to do with much more than just language. It's about culture and understanding, and it is one of our basic rights. Finland is often a global example in terms of linguistic rights, but we also know that these rights are not always implemented. Even in Finland, at the Ministry of Justice, we are drawing a new national linguistic strategy, and we intend to have it completed within 1 month. And the intention of this strategy is to safeguard services in Finnish or Swedish for all Finnish citizens, and to reinforce the vitality of these languages in Finland, and to create a better environment for languages. And the identity is not only built on one language. Every citizen should feel respected, and we should all have the opportunity to participate in activities and be served in both official languages.
Is Nordic diversity a formula for economic growth? When looking at the entrepreneurial spirit, the positive mindset, and the international perspectives that we have here in the Nordic region, my answer to that question is yes. The diversity that we have in this region is indeed a formula for economic growth. It is of great importance that we do not take this diversity for granted, but respect and strengthen the rights of our minorities each and every day. Once again, I wish you all a great conference. Thank you. Kiitos. Tack så mycket.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna-Maja Henriksson. There we got the answer to the question that if a Nordic diversity is a formula for economic growth, the Minister of Justice is convinced that it is. I hope we also reach the same conclusions after these 2 days. And she also mentioned that the Nordic countries together is the 11th biggest economy in the world. And that makes a nice bridge to the last speaker of this first session, which is Bertel Haarde, the president of the Nordic Council. This conference is historic in the sense that it's the first time ever that the Nordic Council sponsors financially or supports financially a conference. Previously, the Nordic Council of Ministers have supported or financially sponsored conferences, but the Nordic Council has never before. So it's unique in that sense, and we're very honored that the Nordic Council supports us. And it's also, apart from the economic support, it's a political endorsement of the Nordic Council that they see minorities as an important issue, and they work for the rights of minorities and to promote their cultures and languages. So now we move on to directly from Copenhagen.
Næsten en tredjedel af os europæere bor i områder med nationale mindretal. Jeg er selv vokset op i det dansk-tyske.
We are talking about national minorities here. I grew up on the border between Denmark and Germany. I had German friends in my school and classes, but there were also tensions in my childhood. Those tensions have now been overcome. Solved. We are living in peace, we're cooperating, and it has been, we've noticed that minorities are an asset and they're not considered as a problem, and minorities are seen as bridge builders, not something that separates us. And the best thing that has happened is that borders have been eliminated, and this has happened in the border region between Germany and Denmark. In both northern and southern Schleswig are one region, and Flensburg is the capital of that area, a Danish-German capital. You can speak either language there in shops, for example. People are proud to be both German and Danish. And they also consider themselves Nordic people there. So when borders are eliminated and minorities are considered as an asset, all parties are strengthened. That's why we in the Nordic countries now, after COVID-19, need to learn that we should not close borders anymore. We can close areas, towns, schools if there are infected people, but we should never close borders of countries anymore. It is very difficult for those people who are living in the border regions who have to commute, as well as for those who come from another country but live in the neighboring country. This has made their lives much too difficult during the COVID-19, and that must never happen again. This will also be a topic for the Nordic Council in November 2021. The topic is, what can we learn from the COVID-19 crisis? How can we deepen and enhance the Nordic cooperation so that we will never again experience what we now have gone through, when countries don't discuss with each other nor take their minorities into account. This is an important matter for the whole Nordic, all the Nordic countries. Further up north, there are also people living in the border regions. The long border area between Norway and Sweden, the border between Sweden and Finland, and then the Sami people who will need their own attention for themselves, and it requires cooperation. I am proud to say that the Nordic Council supports minority languages. The Nordic Council is in favor of the view that all citizens must be able to develop their culture in their own language. This is what we have learned after lots of mistakes over centuries in history. We've learned that we need peace and freedom, and that all parts of society, minorities included, can live their lives in their own language and practice their own culture. That is a way for them to enrich the society and not being a problem, as it unfortunately is in many parts of Europe. Think about Russia and Putin's invasions in Eastern Europe that were argued by the rights of minorities. And just thinking about that, you can consider how delicate these kinds of minority questions can be in the Balkans too, where lots of things happened during our lifetimes. It is not always easy for majorities and minorities to live together, but it is doable. That's what we have proven in the Nordic countries, and it is an important part of the work of the Nordic Council.
He expressed his support for the conference and regional and minority languages and minorities in general. He's also a member of the Danish Parliament and a former Minister of Education and Culture. That's why languages are so close to his heart. I suggest that we continue immediately with the first session, and I will ask the speakers to come up one by one, and after they have given their presentation, to remain here and sit here, and then we can have a debate in the end. I was told we can continue a quarter of an hour longer before we have the coffee break. So I would start by asking our keynote speaker, Professor Bengt Arne Wikström, to come up. He's a professor at the Andrássy University in Budapest in economics, and he's also a professor in Ruhestand from the Humboldt Universität in Berlin, and an expert on the economic added value of languages. So I give the floor to you, Professor Wikström.
Om du klickar på inledningsimpulsen. Är det här rätt slide? Det är rätt slide, men det ska börja. Vi har början. Det är sista. Ja, nu. Nej, ännu längre. Okej, alltså. Ja, damer och herrar. Först vill jag gärna
Ladies and
tacka för att ni är
gentlemen,
inbjudna att komma hit.
I would first like to thank for the opportunity and the fact that I was invited here to give my keynote speech. It is an honor for an economist to be allowed to talk to people who are interested in languages, in social linguistics, and possibly now an economist have say
Jag kan
here.
också svara på
I will
tyska,
speak in Swedish, but I can
eller
answer your questions in German and in English as well,
Så,
if you
så
want to
vill jag
ask me
göra.
any
Jag vill
questions.
först gå igenom
First,
en
I
del
would like to go
möjligheter.
through
Så kan vi komma
the
ner till.
opportunities.
Där ja. Minoritetsspråk är värdefulla, men för vem? Och det viktiga som vi
Concerning
inte får
minority
glömma,
languages.
det är väl
These
att det är
languages
viktigt
are
att
important
minoriteterna
and valuable,
själva
but
som
for
minoritetsspråk.
whom? And of course,
Och i alla
we need
länder
to
där det bor
remember that these languages are
minoriteter
important for the
så är minoriteterna
minorities,
del
and
av
every
landet.
country that has a minority or
Och
minorities,
språket som
they
de
are
talar
part
har
of that
värde för
society.
dessa
And the language
minoriteter.
spoken by
Och därmed
the
också ett värde för
minorities
landet.
have a value for the
Och
people
det
who
är
speak
den
them, but it's also a value for the whole
identitetsskapande funktionen
country.
som ofta är
And
viktigast.
certainly,
Så det
this
kan vara rätt att
creates
tala om här,
identity as
är
well.
vad språket
This is very
betyder
important
för
function for the
kontakter mellan
minorities.
länder och så vidare.
If
Det
you
är bara en
think
viktig
what
del.
is the importance of a
Men,
language
Ändå viktigare
for
kanske identitetsskapande
the interactions
funktionen, och
between
det
countries,
finns
then
många bevis
of
på
course
att
it
den här
has
funktionen
importance that is
är
very clear, but
väldigt
it also
viktig.
plays a role
Jag
in
listade
creating
baskiska,
identity.
katalanska
There has
och
been a lot of
walesiska till exempel.
research made
Och
that
de
proves
artiklar jag
the importance of
refererar till
language
är
for identity. We have
walesiska
Basque language,
visar till
Catalanian
exempel, och
language,
katalanska också,
that
visar att
also the Welsh
arbetslösheten
language
är
that have
lägre
shown, the researchers have
bland
shown
talare av
that
walesiska
unemployment is
och
lower
katalanska i sina respektive
in
land
the case
än bland
when you
talare
have
av då engelska eller spanska.
people who speak both
Och
Catalan
detta
and
har
Welsh
ingenting att göra med
compared to
kommunikation.
just
Detta har
speaking
något att göra med
Spanish
att man känner
or
en tillhörighet.
English. It is
Och
not
den
only about
tillhörigheten är viktig.
communication, but it's
Man
the
är del av
sense
klubben,
of
så att säga.
belonging together,
Och
which is very
det ska vi inte
important because
glömma,
you're part of
även
the
om
group, you're part of the
resten av
club,
föredraget här
and you
kommer
need
att prata om
not
det
to
så
forget
längre
this.
ner.
Even
Vad
though
betyder
in my speech I will be referring
och andra
more
språk
to
för
the
majoriteterna?
meaning of
Och där är det
minority
kanske mer den
languages
kommunikativa funktionen som är viktig.
in
Den underlättar
actually
kontakt
for the
mellan länder.
majority.
Den
This is more
stimulerar
about
handel.
communication than
Den
identity than the rest of the
verkar också
speech.
in på
But of
migration
course,
och
this
andra,
all stimulates commercial activities, trade,
andra aspekter som vi kommer
and
att prata
thus
om.
there is an impact
Så,
on
det
multiple
låter nästan.
aspects of the society, which I will explain
Och
throughout this
en
speech.
viktig del är att minoriteter
An
och många
important
land
part
blir
of
inte särskilt bra behandlade av flertalsbefolkningen.
the bigger picture
De känner sig
is that
rätt ut
minorities
illa
are not
behandlade
always
i
treated
många
well
länder.
by majorities in the country,
Och
rather badly
flertalsbefolkningen är
treated,
rädd
as you all
för
know, by
autonomisträvanden,
majorities. Because the
självständighetssträvanden och så
majority quite often
Och,
is afraid
evidensen
of
är
independence
heller
efforts
att,
or wishes, and thus
dessa
they
strävanden
fear
har att
these
göra med
minorities.
att man behandlar minoriteter
For
dåligt.
instance, there
Och en
are
studie där visar
some
att flyktingar
efforts
minoriteter gör minst uppror.
made,
Och i den studie som jag refererar till
and
där kommer
when
Finland helt på topp.
minorities are
Det är ett land
badly
där
treated,
den svenska minoriteten
one
och
can
den
see
samiska blir
that
behandlad bäst i världen nästan.
how
Och Finland är ett stabilt land.
it is actually a proven fact that when you
Så,
treat
och det
well
ser vi också om vi
minorities,
tittar tillbaka lite grann på
then the outcomes are
historien de
better.
sista
Finland is
20-30
one of the
åren.
examples
I
where
baskisk-
the
den
minorities
baskiska
are
delen av
well
Spanien kastade man
treated,
bomber
then
för
the outcomes are better.
år
We
sedan
go back in history
och
and
tog
see
livet av varandra.
in Spain,
Idag är det
some
en
time ago,
tredjedel av
there was
Spanien.
killings and bombardments
har vi
in
ju
the area,
stor
but
del
now
med det att
the
göra, tror
Basque
jag.
minority area is a
Baskiska
calm
minoriteten har
and
en stor
peaceful
grad av
area
autonomi.
in Spain.
Och det
And that's
baskiska
because the
området i
Basque
Spanien är ett av de
minority
rikaste i
has a
landet.
great deal of
Efter
autonomy in
Madrid
the country,
är det
and the
baskiska området,
region is
katalanska
one of the
området,
richest
det rikaste
regions in
området i Spanien.
Spain.
Och samma
I think
gäller
it is one of the
Sydtirol.
richest
Man
regions
kastar
in
också
Spain.
bomber där.
And the same goes for Southern
Och
Tyrol
länder
area.
där,
There were also bombardments and bombing
Så heter det
in the area
elektriska
some time ago.
stolpar för elektrisk el.
But
Det är ingen som tänker på idag.
if you think of certain
Sydtirol är ett av de rikaste områdena
things that were done in the past,
Italien.
nobody thinks
Och
of that
det har
today
också
because
något
Southern
med att
Tyrol
göra
area is
med
one
att
of
göra
the
gränsen
richest
mellan Italien och
areas
Frankrike, Italien och
of the
Österrike.
of the
nästan
area.
inte existerar
in
mer tack
Italy.
vare EU.
And also
Och det
one
gäller för andra mindretal.
thing,
Det
the
gäller
border
också
between Austria
tror jag,
and
för land
Italy,
som
they
mellan
don't
Ungern och
even
Öst- och
exist
Slovakien.
anymore because we are all in the European Union
Tillståndet
now.
där kan vara lite spänt ibland. Men jag tror
Perhaps
att
sometimes
vi kan
there
observera
are some
att efter att gränsen
tensions,
har försvunnit
but still
så har
there
det
is no
blivit lite
border, as I
lättare
said.
att vara ungrare i
So in
Slovakien
that case,
eller i
we
Rumänien.
have seen that
Så.
life is easier
Går till nästa.
And if you think of Czech Republic and Romania as
Men det är
well,
inte bara
the border over there, this is
minoritetsspråk som är
true for that
viktigt.
border as well.
Språkkunskaper generellt är viktiga och det har att göra med globalisering.
So minority languages
jag
are
kommer att säga
important, and of
någonting
course
om
language skills in
att
general
kontakterna
are of
mellan
utmost
människor med olika språk
importance.
är viktig.
When we think of
Och
contacts
engelskan som
between
lingua
people
franca
who
är
speak
säkert
different languages,
väldigt
these
viktig och
contacts
det
are very
viktigaste språket.
important as well.
Men det är inte nog.
Yes,
Och det
English
visar
is the
många
lingua
undersökningar
franca,
att
which is important, but it's not
kunskaper i andra
sufficient.
språk
There are many
bidrar
studies
till
that have
det
shown
ofta.
that speaking, learning other languages quite
på det
often
mesta.
give you more.
Och så har vi migration som också är
Furthermore, we can talk about migration now.
Och vi ska
Certainly,
inte bara tänka på gamla
this is
minoriteter som har
related
varit
to
i landet i
languages in many perspectives.
hundratals år, utan nya minoriteter
We
kan vara
don't
minst lika
only
värdefulla.
consider minorities
also,
that have stayed hundreds of years in
kommunikation
one
med
country,
andra.
but there are also new
Arabiska till
minorities.
exempel idag
For
näst största
instance,
språk i
Arabic
Sverige.
language
det
is the
svenska.
second biggest language in
Det gick om
Spain.
Finland för några år sedan.
I'm sorry, in
Finskan för några
Sweden,
år
not in
sedan.
Spain. So after Swedish.
Och
And
den arabiska delen av
Finnish
världen
is
är
quite
viktig väg
important
för
in Sweden as
handel
well.
och
But
kontakt.
Arabic
Så
language
det är säkert en
and
stor
that
fördel
part of
för
the world
Sverige
is very
att
important
Sverige har en
of
stor
the global
andel
world
av
from trade
minoritet.
perspective. It also plays a major
Men
role
det kan också gå
for
i
Sweden
åt
to
andra
have
sätt.
this large minority
Minoriteten inte
of
behandlas
Arabic
fullt
language speakers.
utvandrare.
But one can
Jag
see
tror vi har
this
ett
other
gott
way
exempel
around.
på
If you
det med
don't
den
treat
tyskspråkiga
well
minoriteten i Transylvanien.
minorities, and if minorities leave, like in
Den
Transylvania, there was a German-speaking minority that nearly was sold by Ceausescu to Helmut Kohl. And if you are very sort of short-sighted, perhaps Ceausescu won something, but in the long run, he did lose a big deal. If you think about Helmstadt or Sibiu, this area, there's also flourishing city, because at that time, the Johannes was having a lot of contacts with the German-speaking minority and with Germans, but that all vanished and disappeared after that event. And today there's not really any link or no minority anymore. There are a few countries only where a president of the country will come from any of these minorities of the country. If you think of EU's open labor markets, that actually stimulates language-related migration. It doesn't always lead to good outcomes. Sometimes it can lead to new minorities, which are not always welcomed, like Brexit. One of the arguments set out is that there are too many Polish people over there. And the Polish was also other immigrants at the same time. They just use that term. So there's brain drain indeed that takes places from the poor countries towards the richer countries. And it is something that that country loses. So it is, of course, the win for the country who welcome these people. So what do we know so far? If we have a look at data, we can see that in international trade, there is a certain model which comes from physics. So Newton's gravitation model, which is now being transferred to trade. And to speak about two gravitations, like the Earth and the Moon, and the physical mass between the two. So we can use that terminology also to describe the commercial or trade mass and physical distance. Here, mass equals to richness, size, culture, religion, and language. And we have a group of studies showing how important language is for trade. There are actually two writers who have 81 studies collected together, and they have seen that 44% of is explained by joint language. So when we have two countries that have a common language that they're able to use, so therefore languages play a role in trade. And there is a dialect bank from Germany from 1879 until 88. So this data exists, and one can also think of this in relation to today's world. The internal trade in Germany actually follows these dialects that are close to each other. And this is not just about the communication with the language, but as said, language creates identity. Therefore, you can say that you feel better when you are having an interaction with a person who's similar to you, has similar background, and you have common ground with the other individual. Furthermore, we can also create a gravitation model for migration. Chiswick and Miller did do a comparison in their study. So they had a comparison of and study some factors. So common language is one of the factors they've seen for migration. And for instance, Germanic languages or Romanic languages, there was a comparison made in this study of this, and also they measured the distance. Language is an important factor related to migration as well. And the same is true for dialects. And there is a study in Germany about that. As said, there's also internal migration in Germany can be explained by these dialects. And furthermore, one can see from Bavarian, they don't move to northern part of Germany, but they prefer to move to the area close to their own dialect. So where other dialect is spoken, but that is close to their dialect. I will perhaps not go through all of these points related to these minorities, and I will talk about language skills in general. So language skills are very important. When we explain migrations, for instance, within the European Union, we see there's an interaction to domination of English and French-speaking countries from other countries towards these two. This is explained quite simply because English and French are the two languages that are learned the most in schools. German to some extent as well, yes, but the development within the EU is no longer that much about a multilingual approach, but it's rather centric and is focusing on English and French. It's quite clear, and it's also shown that the migration movement is towards countries that where you speak English or French. Furthermore, the Great Britain is one of the examples. And you remember Brexit discussion, there was an issue there at that time.
Another thing that is important when foreign language is taken as a compulsory language in high school or in upper secondary school, it almost doubles the amount of migration to another European country where that particular language is spoken. So when German was a compulsory language in Sweden, many people moved to Germany. But those who won't move, who stay in their own countries, there's always demand for people who speak several languages. And if there is more supply than demand, then if the demand is higher than the supply, then the wages increase. When there is little supply, such as Finnish in Germany, but there's even less demand, then the pay is lower. For example, when Nokia was looking for Finnish speakers to work in Germany, then of course it was an asset to speak Finnish. Here we have a study from Poland. Researcher by the name of Lewinsky has calculated the additional salary, part of salary that you get, and what is the number of people speaking this language. And we can see here that the Romanic languages, Spanish, French, and Italian, if you have a good command of these languages, you actually get a nice pay rise or pay addition, 32% for Spanish speakers and 22% for French speakers. Well, if you only know English, the addition to your pay would be 11%. It doesn't mean that English wasn't important, but what it means is that we should not study only English. And this is an important conclusion here. We must invest in a variety of languages, and English would be one part of this selection. German, for example, in Poland, only 1/3 of those who speak English, it's about 1/3 of the number of English speakers, but they get about the same pay rise or addition to the pay. Whereas Russian, it has zero value here, but it doesn't mean that it's insignificant. It's just that a Polish person can learn Russian fairly quickly, more quickly than they can learn Spanish or French, for example, and that is why the impact of Russian is zero, not because it wasn't an important language. So the number of Romanic languages is increasing the most in Poland, and this supply comes there thanks to school tuition. And that means that perhaps it should be changed what is taught in schools. There's another study by Ginsberg and Prieto Rodriguez, and it repeats the same phenomenon in many other countries. The reward for speaking English well is smaller than what you get if you speak a Romanic language, Spanish, French, and so on. So the remuneration for that is bigger, and this is simply because the tuition in upper secondary schools is so much focused on English that other languages are basically left behind, and that means that English is offered too extensively. So the school system should review their language policies and invest more in having a great variety of languages on offer. Of course, English is probably the biggest language, but other languages are needed too, and in different numbers. Well, how can we look after these interests that have to do with minorities, minority languages? One thing related to this is how minorities are treated, and it is part of the language policy, not a minor part either. If, for example, you can see urbanization in countries, in Finland, in Romania, for example, in the region of Polozhvar, in Cluj-Napoca, in Gauzenburg, or in the Newland capital region in Finland.
Det absoluta talet på minoritetstalande har inte ändrat sig särskilt stort.
The number of speakers of minority languages has not changed. If we look at the Swedish speakers in the capital region, it has remained the same over the past few years. Instead, a lot of Finnish speakers have moved into the capital region from other parts of Finland, and that has marginalized Swedish speakers somewhat in this region. And this has also happened in other areas, in other countries. And industrialization has meant that there was an influx of Romanian speakers, and the Hungarian minority has become smaller and smaller in comparison to the majority population. Gauzenburg and Golosva had a majority of Hungarians until the Second World War, and currently it's about 16-17% of people who speak Hungarian in that region. There is a percentage rule, which is quite poor, actually. It means that the minority that is as big as it used to be, and either costs or brings in as much as it used to. But suddenly this new situation, it's not just becoming marginalized in society, also in terms of the language policy, its role is becoming marginalized. And this is a distortion. It is wrong language policy. Language policy that is based on this percentage rule should be banned, or at least it should be improved. It is in use in Finland too. There is an 8% rule in Finland. We also have a rule where a minority is at least 3,000 people. This is a much better rule, because we cannot assume that a minority was more important if its share is 17% compared to 5%, for instance. But according to this percentage rule, this would be the case. In Romania, there is a 20% limit for a minority, and that means that all of a sudden a minority no longer, well, it still has rights, but it has no minority rights any longer, apart from school and educational sectors. So it is very important to consider what rules are being used and to look after or make sure that, for example, if the Swedish-speaking minority is becoming marginalized as it is here in the Finnish capital region, it should be further supported and compensate for this marginalization phenomenon that has taken place in society, and try to utilize those advantages that that minority is bringing into the society instead of this minority leaving country, as was the case in Finland in many regions. So we must consider very carefully what kind of language policy a country uses. We need to prioritize cleverly and clearly, and also create such policy that affects behavior in the correct way, and take political action that will create incentives, positive incentives, and that will help encourage people going to the right direction in their behavior. And visibility is also important. And this has actually, when we think about the Swedish-speaking minority in the capital area, we don't really have that. You can't really see Swedish else apart from the street signs. So this means that the minority is assimilated increasingly, or that they leave the country, they emigrate. And that's why visibility should be reinforced. It is also an important part of a language policy, and the language policy should be changed with this respect if we want to benefit from the advantages that this minority is providing for the society. And we should also think about cost effectiveness. Let's have a look at the next slide.
väljer vi mellan olika
In all
alternativ.
public policies, we make choices and we compare them against each other. For example, if we think about whether we need to have bilingual street signs or something else like that. It is always a political choice. All countries, all governments make these choices all the time, regardless of the government. And these priorities should be considered when we look at the language political measures we're taking, whether we have bilingual street signs, if we have theatre performances in a minority language or health services in a minority language. It's not self-evident what is or obvious what is the best solution. It depends on what the minority looks like. And let's have a look at the next slide. So we can have specific measures that are not competing with each other. So I benefit from this measure, but you can also benefit from it. For example, multilingual laws and regulations. The costs are the same whether a minority is 1 or 1 million people. Providing legislation in several languages costs the same. So costs can be competing too. So they depend on how large the minority is. For example, if we want to have answers from the authorities to public questions in specific languages, of course, it depends on how many questions there are that require an answer in a specific language. But the costs can also be non-competitive. When we talk about the bilingual street signs, for example, the cost is the same regardless of how many people read them in Swedish. We can also have costs that are both competitive and location specific. So the costs can depend on how many people use those services, for example. Moving on. So can we think then that we would have various measures to the different minorities depending on the minority? For example, in the social services, we could have tailored solutions to reduce traveling, for example. School is another similar matter. And if we have a minority that is spread in different places, that is another story. We will then need different measures, not necessarily the street signs, because that would mean a very high cost because they should be placed all over the country in that case. We can have very location-specific solutions when a minority lives in one area. So of course, the costs depend on how large a minority is, whether it is focused on one region or whether it's spread. And if it is spread around, then the laws and regulations might be more relevant measures than some other. I'm not saying these are the best measures, but you should carefully consider these things with these questions in mind within language policy. And language policy should be more flexible in future if we want to preserve these minorities and maintain minorities of different sizes. And this is important to bear in mind. We should also remember that languages differ. Some languages have a high social status, some have a very low status. Swedish in Finland has a very strong social position. It used to be the language of upper classes, whereas the Sami language might not be that. So when you practice language policies, you should think about this perspective too. You need different measures for the Sami language than for the Swedish language from this perspective. And visibility, as it was said, the visibility of a language is important. And when we look at languages, we need to think about their status, and that can be important from the language policy perspective. And finally, the conclusions. We can say that linguistic minorities are important for a country, absolutely, but preserving them requires a language policy that supports minorities and their languages. We have to create incentives that prevent populations from leaving the country. We don't want the Swedish speakers to move to Sweden. We also have to come up with incentives that prevent excessive assimilations. People must feel proud of their language so that they want to offer that language to their children too. The policy must also be flexible. It has to adapt to the minorities' needs, for example, their residence models and so on. It also has to be flexible and adapted to the internal and external status of a minority language. So you need a different linguistic policy for the Sami language than you need for the Swedish language in Finland. And then other language skills are important too, that a population also has other language skills is an important point to make here. We have a lot of dominance of English in Europe, and I think it has gone too far. We lack command of other languages in Europe currently. So we need this range, this variety of languages, Arabic, Chinese, Spanish. You don't have to argue why Chinese is an important language, and increasingly so. We need people who can speak it. Educational policies, long-term policies, very much needed. Here is some literature I've referred to in my presentation. And even more can be found elsewhere. Here, some of that literature I used. Thank you.
Stort tack, Bengt-Arne. Jag tänkte mig att om du sätter dig här i panelen så fyller vi på med
Perhaps you can have a seat, actually.
Jag tyckte det var speciellt intressant det du sa om
Actually, take a seat at the table. The other panels will join you shortly there. It was very interesting to hear from you that the reward is better when you first learn smaller languages compared to major languages. So that when you know English language, that as such is not a merit, a good thing for you, because so many other people speak that same language. But learning other languages than English is very important. And also Kolschman, and then comparison of that and Finnish Nyland areas, so that you need to see numbers like Vanda area, which is close to Helsinki, the fourth largest city. There is only 2.4% people that are having Swedish as their mother tongue, but it's still the official language of the city because the number is over 3,000. So over 3,000 people have Swedish as their native language. So therefore, Swedish can be used, or signs are on the streets in 2 languages, but in Kolsvar, Romania, it is only 1 language, so one language, but at the same time, they have a more extensive number of speakers in the area. But just a thought there. So now we have Joachim Strand, who is member of parliament in Finland. Unfortunately, he could not join us. So we have now Arjun Evans, who is a professor of economics from the University of West of England. And now the floor is yours.
He's a professor in economics. He will tell us about the added value of Russian in the Baltic states, which is a sensitive topic. And I think one of the aims of this conference is not to discuss what my grandfather did to your grandmother, and then we're angry at each other because of that. And instead look at the added value, the economic added value of languages, and especially here in this area, region, the added value of Russian, which is very important, not only in the Baltic states, but also in Finland. So, Professor Ivlevs, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? So that's the clicker. And that's a presentation. Fantastic. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me here and to present this research on speaking Russian, on the Russian language in the Baltic states. Okay, so economic benefits and for whom. So that's the plan of my talk. I'll start by providing the context. I firmly believe if we want to go into economic benefits, we need to understand where these Russian speakers come from, how it all emerged, where is it going, and then we'll talk about the benefits for the ethnic minority, for the ethnic Russians, for the ethnic majority, and these countries as a whole, and then I will conclude. Okay, so just a brief reminder where we are. We are actually not far from Helsinki. So can I use a pointer at all? I'm not sure. So we've got the Baltic states here, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. So the neighbors, Finland, Sweden, Russia, Belarus, and Poland, and the Baltic Sea. Again, there's debate, is it Baltic countries, is it Eastern Europe, is it Nordic countries, Northern Europe? Okay, right, let's start with the population of the Baltic states. So this graph shows how that population of these three countries evolved over the last 100 years. And we can see kind of two important time periods where things changed. So that's 1940 or the Second World War, and around 1990s, the dissolution of the Soviet Union. And what we can see here is that the population of these countries were growing very, very fast between, say, 1945, between 1950 and 1990, and then they were falling very fast. So the main reasons, there was, so in just before the Second World War, these three countries became part or were annexed or were incorporated or were occupied, depending who you are, choose your word, by the Soviet Union. And there was massive immigration of people, of workers to work in factories, military personnel, mainly from Russia, but also Belarus, Ukraine, and other republics. So mainly Russian speakers, which meant that population increased. Then came the breakdown of the Soviet Union, huge economic fall, huge economic uncertainty. The birth rates started falling and people started emigrating. So some of these Russian speakers went back, but also many people emigrated to other countries, and also much fewer children were born after 1990. So very worrying trends still continue in Lithuania and Latvia. They're still on the road to losing a lot of their populations. In Estonia, it has stabilized, and Estonia is actually becoming a immigration receiving country. Right, to put it into context of neighboring countries, we can see, so here's the population of Nordic countries, so Scandinavian countries, Norway, Finland, Denmark, and Sweden. So the trajectories were quite similar up until 1990, and we know that immigration also played a role in these countries, but then we can see this massive divergence after 1990. Okay, and notice, for example, Norway and Lithuania had very similar populations back in 1940, and now Norway has more than 5 million people, and Lithuania less than 3 million people. Okay, so quite astonishing trajectories, if you want. Okay, right, now the Russian speakers. So as I said, many of them, not all of them, many of them came after these countries became part of the Soviet Union. And so what we can see here is that the blue line is the proportion of the ethnic majority. So ethnic Estonians, Latvians, Lithuanians, and the yellow line is a proportion, again, remember we're talking in relative terms here, of ethnic Russians, of Russian speakers, which here I define as ethnic Russians, ethnic Ukrainians, and ethnic Belarusians. Most of them overwhelmingly use Russian as a family everyday language. Okay, so what we can see that mass immigration has resulted in sharp decrease in the share of majority population. In Estonia, it went down to 60%, close to 60% in 1990, and in Latvia, close to 50%. Okay, so that obviously, of course, was considered as a major, well, vulnerability, major survival issue for these ethnic groups, for ethnic Latvians, ethnic Estonians, and there were already kind of movements in 1980s, which probably partly led to the breakup of the Soviet Union. Okay, but it's important to note that even before, in 1920s, 30s, especially in Latvia, there was substantial Russian-speaking minority living there. So it's not all, if you want, new Russians, which came in Soviet times. There were many Russians living there before. In Lithuania, things were slightly different. So while Estonia and Latvia were industrial Soviet republics, so many industrial workers, relatively high-skilled workers, went to work there in factories, electronics and chemical industry. Lithuania remained more agricultural, and it was high military personnel that was moved there. But we can see that proportion of Lithuanians has remained stable, around 80%, and actually is going up. It's close to 86% at the moment. And interestingly, Lithuania, so we still have these Russian speakers, which are about 7%, and there's substantial historical Polish community as well of similar size. So while Estonia and Latvia look similar, Lithuania looks quite different, and many policies that these countries adopted after the dissolution of the Soviet Union are quite different in Lithuania as opposed to Estonia and Latvia. Citizenship policy, language policy, and so on. Okay, good. And by many standards, these Baltic states, Latvia and Estonia, but also Lithuania, are considered to be some of the most linguistically, ethnically diverse countries. Okay, right. So I come from Latvia, so it's sometimes easier to find data for Latvia. So there are many Russians. Okay, so officially, ethnically, more than 30%. So that's, I think it comes from 2000 census, population census, which revealed that 37% consider Russian as a native language. However, many more people speak Russian as a second language. So a large proportion of ethnic Latvians would speak Russian as well. So which makes that 81% of total population would speak Russian confidently, which is a very, very, very high number. It's probably lower now, slightly lower, not much lower. It's 20 years on. So, and as far as Latvian is concerned, 58% of people consider Latvian as native language, and then 79% of people overall can speak, which means a lot of these Russian speakers can talk Russian as well. So we are talking about bilingual language, and interestingly, so probably already we can feel that the value of speaking Russian within a country will not be huge because so many people, the supply of that language is huge. So the value of that people within that country may not be that high. Other things may be more important. Okay, right. Okay, so what determines the spread and the density of Russian language speaking in the Baltic states? Geographic distribution. So, and I'll concentrate here on Estonia and Latvia, where we have seen the proportions are much higher. So again, it's the capitals. So Riga here, Tallinn there, where Russian speakers are concentrated, as well as eastern regions, northeastern Estonia and southeastern Latvia. Okay, so this is where Russian speaking is spoken most often, but it doesn't mean that people in ethnic Estonians and Latvians don't speak Russian in other places. They learned it at schools, they were exposed to that language, and many people, especially especially older people, will speak quite well those languages. Okay, there's a lot of research going around identity factors, integration, assimilation of this population, who they are. Do they call themselves European Russians, old Russians, new Russians, Soviet Russians, a lot of things going on. As I said, age is important. So older ethnic majority, so older ethnic Estonians, ethnic Latvians would have a good knowledge of Russian. However, younger people from those ethnic groups will have weaker knowledge because Russian is not taught, is not compulsory language at schools anymore. Okay, and similarly, all the Russians would have weak knowledge of Latvian, but younger Russians will get to those schools. They'll have much better knowledge of Latvian and Estonian. A lot of mixed marriages, so a lot of potential for people to speak both languages, although very often it's only one language that is spoken in mixed marriages. Very encouragingly, a lot of younger people currently are bilingual. Whenever I go there to Latvia, I see, especially in bigger cities in Riga, for example. So there's also a lot of media in Russian around, TV, newspapers, internet. So all that affects the choice of speaking Russian and kind of influences the intensity of speaking Russian. There are also kind of institutional political constraints, okay? For example, the citizenship policy, the non-citizenship policy in Estonia and Latvia, when only when people who came during the Soviet period and their descendants born in Latvia were not considered, were not given Latvian citizenship. For example, Russian schools are still, they still exist in both Latvia and Estonia, but they are being closed quite massively and brutally in places where the share of Russian speakers is I don't know, 30% and lower. So there's minority education reform where 60% of the curriculum would be taught in the state language and 40% would be taught in minority language. Okay, there's not less opportunities, less willingness to learn Russian in mainstream schools, so more people would learn English and German. There was a referendum in Latvia on whether Russian should be the second state language. Of course, 3/4 were against because many Russians were not allowed to vote, they are non-citizens. Okay, and there's requirement to speak state language for many occupations, okay, in public sector, schools, and so on. And the EU accession in 2004 also changed things a bit. So we have these factors where people can choose whether they speak, and we have some kind of political institutional constraints. Okay, good. So that was the context. Now the economic returns of speaking Russian in Estonia, Latvia, and a little bit Lithuania as well. So I'll look here at the Russian speakers themselves. Does it pay off to be a Russian speaker in these countries at all? I look at ethnic majority. We see many of them, most of them speak, but probably not all of them. Okay, and countries as a whole. Right, so Estonia provides has got very nice statistics page, good statistics for ethnic Estonians and Russian speakers. And we can see that whichever outcome you choose, the Russian speakers are disadvantaged. They have at a high risk of poverty, high unemployment rate, they're less likely to receive high incomes, they have lower life expectancy, even if they have similar level of tertiary education, so that university education plus post-secondary professional education, vocational education, and then so slightly lower proportion of university education. So it's relatively educated people, okay, but they have these inferior outcomes, socioeconomic outcomes. Okay, and we've got quite a few papers, many of them from Estonia, which indeed shows that Russian-speaking men, for example, here are earning 20% less than ethnic Estonians. Similarly, in Latvia, Russian speakers earn 10% less than ethnic Latvians. It's other things equal if you control for education and so on. So Russian speakers spend on average 3 months longer unemployed than Latvian speakers, find it more difficult to transition from unemployment to employment, and so on and so on. Okay, for example, in all 3 Baltic states, ethnic minority women have 5 to 6% lower labor market participation rate than the majority. And my own research has shown that back in 2006, Russian speakers, especially the high-skilled ones, were more likely to consider emigrating from Latvia, mainly to the European Union, which had just opened in front of them. Okay, so conclusion here, it doesn't really pay off to be an ethnic Russian in these Baltic states at the moment. You are disadvantaged. What pays off is speaking the state language and especially speaking English. Okay, but it's not part of, it's probably part of the story, but here we are concentrating on speaking Russian. Okay, so how about the ethnic majority? So here a couple of pieces of evidence. So there was one paper, recent paper about the effects of speaking Russian and English in Estonia, okay, for men and women. And we can see that if you speak Russian, your likelihood of being unemployed goes down by 3 percentage points for men and by 1 percentage point for women. And if you speak English, it goes down by 5 percentage points for men and 2 percentage points for women. Okay, so it does help to stay employed speaking Russian, but English helps even more. As an effect on wage, if you speak Russian, your wage is 11 percentage points, 11% higher for men and 9% higher for women. And that payoff is much higher if you speak English. Again, there's some benefit of speaking Russian. There's some almost anecdotal evidence, but not very anecdotal. It attracted quite a lot of attention for Latvia as well. So ethnic Latvians born after 1991, so relatively young people, especially in ethnically homogeneous Latvian-speaking areas, they didn't have much Russian at schools, so they don't speak well Russian. So as they move from rural areas to capital Riga or the region, and if they want to work in, for example, services sector, there's huge, massive Russian population. Actually, half of populations of both Tallinn and Riga and bigger cities, they are Russian speaking. The second biggest Latvian city, Daugavpils, is 80% Russian, 80% plus. So you have to speak, if you want to work there in the service sector, it pays off if you speak Russian. So these youngsters, young people, they don't speak Russian and they are forced or were forced to move abroad. Okay. Also some anecdotal evidence, they go to those places, to the capital, and they actually learn Russian there. Okay. Right. So again, sub-conclusion here, it does pay within those countries to speak Russian. Country level considerations. So some of them were already mentioned by previous speaker, Professor Wikström. So if we have high diversity, high number of immigrants, that helps trade, imports, exports, because migrants reduce communication costs. Okay, that also increases foreign direct investment, which potentially leads to bigger economy, more jobs, and everybody should be better off if these gains are equally distributed. So everybody should benefit from that. Also, ethnic diversity, there's another strand in literature showing that diversity leads to productivity gains, okay, because people learn from each other, different perspectives, and so on, and people can become better off. There's another literature that shows that high ethnic diversity, ethnic polarization may lead to lower trust, institutional trust, government trust, individual trust, and trust is hugely important for economic outcomes, for prosperity. For example, Nordic countries have some of the highest levels of institutional trust in the world, for instance, okay, and which makes it worse off. So let's try and see if we can find some data along these lines. So here we have got trade with Russia. Again, remember, massive Russian-speaking populations. We could expect, so Russia is an important trading partner, okay? But here what I have illustrated is the share of trade with Russia for both exports and imports. And we can't see, we certainly don't see an increasing trend. Well, there could be an increasing trend for exports from 2000 to 2015 in all three countries, but then it has gone down. So, and for imports, it's probably a downward trend altogether. Okay, here, for example, Lithuania, there was, I think this is due to the decision to move away from Russian gas. They started importing Norwegian gas instead. So that could explain that dramatic dramatic fall. So we can't say that the fact that there are large Russian-speaking populations, that it promotes or makes Russia even bigger trading partner. It used to be huge because these countries were part of this common Soviet Union economic area. Okay, and then it's been going down. And these countries, early on, they decided they want to be part of European Union. So they make every effort to encourage trade with those countries, and probably they're not encouraging trade with Russia for obvious political reasons. Russia is an unpredictable neighbor. It's a big market. It's huge potential, but it comes with strings, with potential problems, okay, which have manifested themselves here and then and every now and then. Foreign direct investment, also, we can't really see a major increase in Russia as inward investor. Okay, so for example, Lithuania is going down. Latvia probably there's some kind of upward trend. So it fluctuates between whatever 5 and 10-12% at the moment. Okay, and also outward investment from these countries to Russia has actually been going down, and it's 5% or below. Again, we can't say that it benefits a lot the country. Right, trust. So we mentioned trust, and here it's quite an interesting picture. Finland, for example, here, some of the highest, probably the highest trust in government in Europe, which is fantastic. However, Latvia is one of the lowest trusting governments. Okay, so yeah, Estonia is doing much better. It has similar linguistic diversity, but much higher average trust in government. And Lithuania is not quite far. So again, for Latvia, we could say that ethnic diversity is not helping. But then again, we have countries like Slovak Republic, Czech Republic in particular is relatively homogeneous as far as ethnic diversity is concerned. Okay, and I would like also to mention that the COVID situation, which is still very important. We are still living with it. So vaccination and vaccination hesitance among the two communities in Latvia. So that comes from a survey that was commissioned by the Latvian government. So it's the report is publicly available. So it was conducted in June 2029, so not so long ago. And we can see that a much higher proportion of Latvian speakers have already had one dose of vaccine, and much lower percentage of Russian speakers. And then Russian speakers are much more vaccine hesitant. Okay, they say they don't want to have a vaccine, or they are categorically against the vaccine. Okay, and similarly, Russian speakers are less likely to think that government is doing a good job in informing society about the pandemic, and they would be more likely to choose Sputnik vaccine or any other vaccine produced in Russia. So what does it tell us? It tells us that there are two informational fields, if you want, and there are vast differences. I'd like to hear what it is in Finland, because we know that Sweden as well early on adopted quite a different approach to pandemic. There was herd immunity, didn't translate also into the Swedish-speaking community in Finland, or not? Because this, obviously, much of it comes from Russia, from exposure to information and misinformation produced in Russia. Okay, to conclude, massive, large, very large Russian-speaking minority populations in Estonia and Latvia, slightly less so in Lithuania. Political elites and ethnic majorities still tend to perceive Russian language as a threat, political threat. It's not probably existential threat anymore, okay? And it's not yet perceived as an asset or opportunity or a potential, okay? It's quite far. Okay, very many people speak of ethnic majorities. They do speak the minority language, which probably means that the value of it is not that high. Okay, so a clear socioeconomic disadvantage of being a native Russian speaker in those countries, a small advantage of Russian language skill for the ethnic majority. It is very difficult to say if countries benefit economically from having large Russian speaking population, simply because we don't have a counterfactual. We don't know what would have happened without them, okay? Lithuania could serve as a counterfactual because the Russian speaking population is much smaller there, okay? But we know that, well, the three countries developed economic trajectories are quite similar, right? So probably on a more positive note, what could be done to encourage that potential, to make it possible? Well, regional cooperation. So if we look back to that regional map, so here again, we have these regions which border Russia, okay, and Belarus here. So they could probably cooperate now. There are some programs, there are some things, but remember in 1991, a big, high, quite visible border emerged there. It's difficult to cross that border. It's difficult to cooperate. We're not talking about European Union with free labor mobility. We are talking, so if person from here want to go there, very often they have to go to Riga to make a visa, to pay money. And by the time you do it, you don't want to go there anymore. Okay, but it could be something that potentially could encourage. It used to be a major market for the produce of these countries. So here there was a lot of agricultural products in 30, 40 years ago, which exported a lot of produce there. It all got, and currently it was interesting if we're talking about regions. So the capitals, which host important Russian speaking populations, are the most advantaged, obviously. But that region here, Latgale, the southeast, is the most disadvantaged region. So we can see the same minority, very advantaged and very disadvantaged. Okay. So where we are, educational opportunities. So again, some places like the capital, Daugavpils, the second largest city, they could offer courses in Russian if the EU citizens who want to come to learn Russian and to be immersed in Russian culture. It's still there, it hasn't disappeared. They could do that probably, and the government could encourage. Again, the elites, the majority are still very nervous about all this. Probably they would never encourage that. Or the higher education opportunities in Russian. There were some trials, but I think they were not very successful. Okay, festivals, culture events, which would kind of tap into that Russian-speaking post-Soviet space. They existed, but then in recent past ceased to exist. Well, I think overall, before we see economic benefits, all the emotional, all the wounds, all the historical wounds have to heal first, and it will take a long time, relatively long time for that to happen. Okay, many people still feel hurt, both ethnic Latvians, because all that immigration happens, all that Soviet period happened, and ethnic Russians because, well, they're considered occupiers, and they don't understand why they were not given citizenship when everybody else became citizen of the country. So until this settles, and this will take generations probably. Okay, we still have to have the Tove Jansson of the Russian-speaking world still have to emerge in those countries. As I've seen here, it's such a wonderful symbol of integration. I went yesterday to a bookshop. I wanted to buy, I knew that she was from Finland and she wrote in Swedish. And I asked the book assistant and she said, oh, I don't know. I know she's Finnish. I don't know what language she spoke. And for me, it's a formidable example of integration. It's excellent. I wish something like that would emerge in the Baltic states as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Artyom. It's a pity that not more Latvians see Russian as an asset or realize the economic added value of it. Russian is the biggest language in Europe, and the biggest language in the European Union is German, und deshalb werde ich jetzt Sprache wechseln, weil es ist auch eine Amtssprache von Fuhren und eine von den drei Amtssprachen in Belgien. Nicht alle wissen, dass Belgien haben 3 Amtssprachen,
Ja,
also
Saksa on myös
Französisch,
Belgian.
Niederländisch und Deutsch.
German,
Wie
German
Finnland
has,
zum Beispiel hat Finnisch und Schwedisch sind
is an important language in
gleichberechtigte
Europe.
Amtssprachen und
Belgium has
das,
3
deshalb spreche ich
important
Deutsch,
official
weil wir kommen
languages.
jetzt zu dem nächsten
And
Redner,
I
der
will
von der
continue
deutschen Minderheit in
in
Belgien
German
kommt.
because for the next speaker,
Gregory Dahlberg
we
ist
will have somebody who
Politikberater
represents
von
the
der
German-speaking
deutschsprachigen
minority in
Gemeinschaft
Belgium.
und auch
Gregory Dahlberg
politischer
is a
Referent
political
bei der
advisor of the
Partei
German-speaking
Belgien hat ein
government in
sehr
that
interessantes
region and
System.
also a member
Belgien
of
hat 3 Regionen, aber
Roderick
parallel mit diesen 3
Belgium has
Regionen
an
existieren
interesting
auch
system. It
3
has 3 regions, and
Und die Regionen sind
respectively there are 3 languages in
aber
these
nicht die
regions, and
Sprachgemeinschaften. So
these
Leute
regions
im
where
gleichen Hochhaus, Nachbarn im gleichen Hochhaus,
they are
auch im
broken
gleichen
down
Haushalt,
geographically,
Mitglieder
but
von der gleichen Familie,
still
verschiedene
people within the same
Gesundheitssysteme,
household or in the same building
Schulsysteme,
can go to different school systems.
Aber jetzt
They
gebe ich
might
dir das
receive their
Wort,
health services in different languages, even if they're in the same family. So now,
Gregory
Gregory Dahlberg, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Ja, ich danke für die Einladung. Guten Tag alle mal. Freue mich hier zu sein.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very pleased to be here in this conference. And I'm interested in hearing the debates during these 2 days. I'm not sure how it works for you, but when you look at, say, job ads in the local newspapers, I can notice that the majority of employers are looking for bilingual or even trilingual employees. And today, since we are talking about the economic added value, when many languages are spoken, it is very apt here to talk about the Belgian model, because on the institutional level, we have a very special situation, considering that we have 3 official languages and we are located right at the heart of Europe. We have 3 neighboring languages too in our neighboring countries. Indeed, this is something very unique in the Belgian Federation, because these languages form the basis for our federation. And when 3 languages have been acknowledged as equal languages, and they are based on the cultural communities and on the partial states that have also formed the German speaking language. And now I lost the track of thought here. Anyway, this is the basis for the Belgian federal state. Today, the Belgian federal state is actually a requirement for controlling all these languages, because our future depends on it. If we cannot communicate with each other, if we don't have this common public sphere due to the language barriers, then this federal state is nothing but an empty institutional space with parallel functions of the 3 member states. This is not the case, however. The German-speaking community with 78,000 inhabitants in eastern Belgium, we actually have one of the best protected minorities in the whole Europe. We have our own parliament, so we have less than 80,000 citizens, but we have our own government, and we have very large independent rights. We actually take care of our own education, culture, sports, youth policy, employment policy, among other things. And this very clearly reflects how well we are represented in Belgium and what our autonomous situation and autonomous rights are. But when I talk about the multilingualism in the Eastern Belgium, and although we have a very good position and lots of competencies, the majority of the German-speaking population speaks at least 2 languages. When you look at this map and this region, you can see that we even have French municipalities there in the middle, and the French municipality is always close by, as is the Luxembourgian municipality. So we are not isolated as a language community. It is part of our everyday lives that we keep moving in this multilingual area. And it is often said about us that we know what is the Romanian lifestyle and what is the German working ethos. That's what is said about us. How can an East Belgian person learn so many languages at a very early age, already in the daycare? They learn French through playing games, and in the elementary school, they continue with the language tuition all the way up to their graduation. So they have a B2 level French, and research and studies have shown that it's not always fully implemented, but in any case, it's a very good development going on. And in addition to French, we have English tuition, and this too is compulsory. And then you can freely choose a 3rd language, such as Dutch. We have a wide selection of bilingual schools. We have bilingual daycare centers for children, and they, for 2-3 days in a week, they do all their activities in French. If you allow, I would briefly like to tell you about the economic added value and give you a concrete example of the privilege that we enjoy in Eastern Belgium. Here we have a concrete example from last spring, where there was a very strict lockdown in Belgium and all the borders were closed. It was not possible to travel to or from Belgium, apart from perhaps for health reasons. And this situation in a border area was very challenging for the inhabitants of the border region, because usually people cross the border many times a day even, and I'm sure there are other such regions in Europe too. Another concrete example I would like to give you here, although it might sound a bit strange, was a case where a horse that was kept in Germany, whereas the owner was in Belgium, could not longer attend to his horse. And this was truly an absurd case. And if we think about the German-speaking community and the German-speaking border area, the border region in general, not just the German-speaking population, there's been a specific rule that those inhabitants could cross the border for the distance of 20 kilometers. So that way, there was this allowance for the German-speaking minority to be able to cross the border for a distance of 20 kilometers. This was the cooperation model that luckily worked really well. So what then are the economic benefits when we think about the multilingualism? To put it bluntly, it is for first and foremost the wide offering of education in Belgium. We can study in French university, in German, or Luxembourg universities. Many people are going to study in the Netherlands. And this wide offering of education that we have available to us currently, and that we have access to this education, is based on multilingualism, and majority of those who have finished their primary and secondary schooling, we can see here how only a minority of the population stays in the Eastern Belgian region. Although we have a good educational systems, we have our own university, but we are such a small minority, small community in Eastern Belgium that we cannot offer education in all sectors. Multilingualism also makes it easy for the population to move. It is easy to find jobs in the labor market on the other side of the border, and there's really no language barrier since we can fluently speak the languages of our neighboring countries. So employers do appreciate multilingualism a great deal. When we look at this here, you can see the blue color was Germany on the top level. Now it's Luxembourg, maybe for other reasons. And we have only 2 countries considered here, not those who travel, who commute across the border. They are happy to work on the other side of the border. And you can see here the employees that do commute to another country. When we look at the multilingualism for Wallonia, you can see the percentages here. 2.1% of the job ads are in the French area. They also require German skills. And in absolute terms, it's 3,500. And this is a big number for our small language community. And the multilingualism of the Eastern Belgians also means that many people move to our region because the multilingual companies need workforce with many languages. And if you think about a company with 200 employees with a head office in our region, they've said that. Here as a quote, an HR director from Aston Johnson, over 95% of our production is for the exports, and that's why we are dependent on the staff with multilingual talents, and this also applies to many other sectors, the service sector, trade and wholesale, retailing. It's really an essential part to have staff that can speak many languages. And you can certainly say that For Ost-Belgian employees, the command of many languages is certainly an asset in the labor market. We can have employees in our own country or also abroad. And in Eastern Belgium, the command of many languages is a huge advantage. And also our employees are desired workers also in neighboring countries. Looking at the time, I would briefly still like to talk about the vocational training, but I don't think I can get back to that later. Thank you. This was very interesting to hear about these benefits of multilingualism and the German language skills. And in the Nordic countries, people no longer speak or study German. And this was an excellent example of, since Germany is a very important trading partner as well as an export country.
And next we have Kjell Skoglund, speaker from the Swedish Chamber of Commerce. He should be next speaker, but let's now have a coffee break and Kjell after the coffee break.
So let's have a coffee break now. The coffee is served upstairs, and I would like to ask you to be back in half an hour. So say in 17:25, and then we continue. So you walk up the stairs and there coffee is served, and then we continue here after that. Ja. Hallo. Ja, eigentlich sollte wir nicht ähnliche, aber du bist geimpft wie ich auch so. Ich nehme an, also natürlich kann man die Delta-Variante trotzdem kriegen, aber ja, viele sind erkältet. Also 10, 15 haben gemeldet, dass die leider erkältet sind. Aber hey. Vediamo su.
So you can send it to me, and if you want to put Johan as okay, yeah. Thank you.
Joo, sitten se tehdään asukkaan. Ja 500 Men de andra är mindre. De andra har vi övat. De andra paneler social teams. Så just att bli kortare och där faller ju en person bort också. Så där blir det. Okej. Men det vill bara fixa på någon inställning. Nej, jag vet bara. Jag vet inte. Det var Erik som sa ner. För att börja på käll efter kaffepausen. Det är omkring och sa att det är okej. Vi tar det igen. Och han sa att han kommer att få bort. Han har bara liksom skrivit ner stolpar. Han var väldigt god. Och sen den här, han var ju väldigt kunnig den här. Men hör du, 25 miljoner. Ja. Men att vi börjar för att folk inte är sa. Ja, så börjar vi. Vi måste sluta senast. Okay, then let's continue with the last presentation of the first session. Kjell Skoglund, who's the CEO of the Swedish-Finnish Chamber of Commerce. And he will speak about the economic added value of the Swedish language in Finland and the Finnish language in Sweden. Så Kjell, varsågod, du får komma upp och berätta om varför svenska är så viktigt i Finland.
So please tell us why is Finnish so important in Sweden and Swedish here in Finland in business life? Go ahead.
Tack ska du ha, Johan.
Thank you, Johan.
Swedish Chamber of Commerce. And as I think all of you know, Sweden is a very important export country for Finland. Jag kommer att tala här på svenska så ni får sätta på hörlurarna ni som har.
I'll be speaking in Swedish. So here we are. Since 1999, we have a 700,000 company mergers between Finland and Sweden. The business life between the two has grown together, so to say. And this has had an impact on language, in particular Swedish, becoming so important for many companies. Companies who are having joint Nordic ownership. And it means that the importance of language and also all the contacts to Sweden have become even more important and also very a part of everyday life of those people who work in the industry and in the corporate world. And mid-1990s or early 90s, this was a bit different because at that time we applied for the membership in the European Union. So 2 Nordic countries applied actually. And there were many people who thought in Finland, okay, then now this is time we will go abroad without going through Nordic countries and Sweden. But little by little, as we have now noticed, the Nordic countries and the EU member countries in the Nordics have noticed that we don't always share the same appreciations that the European or Central European or Southern European countries have. So this has been a way for us to grow closer to each other. So the Nordics are even now closer than before. And this is true for language as well, of course, alongside with English as well. I would say, of course, there are many other things going on in the world currently, the Crimean crisis or situation and the outcome of that. And the Russian exports towards Finland that crashed down. It had been at a very high level before, and then Brexit, of course, had its impact. And now we really are close-knit here in the Nordic countries more than before. Possibly also the presidency of Donald Trump also showed that our values are very important to us. As we now think of companies in Sweden and Finland, about 70% of all of the companies that do export, and in particular, when they do export, they go through Sweden. And we know that Nordic countries are small countries. Quite rapidly, the export markets need to be used. If the company wants to grow, it needs to export. And the first steps are usually taken towards Sweden when they start to expand. And as for traditional businesses like construction sector, building and other sectors, they are having huge investments at the moment in Sweden, and in particular investments into infrastructure are being made. And in northern Sweden, there's a lot of construction going on, and they need workforce in Gällivare and Kiruna cities, but they really actually are now moving the city urban area. So in particular over there, the Finnish companies see that you must know Swedish in order to be a successful and competitive company in the area. And certainly you can manage with English. In particular, if you think of software programmers and people working in the digital economy, particularly in Stockholm and southern Sweden. But as somebody said here already earlier, quite quickly you can notice that you are left behind. You become an outsider if you don't know the language of the country. And this is true also to what Gunnar Kurman said earlier today here, that indeed it is a benefit. It's a competitive edge when you speak the buyer's language. And not just the language, you don't have to know the language fully and to perfection, but you just need to be able to describe your product that you're about to sell, and you need to master the terminology and language of that own sector, and also an interest towards the language of the country, but that is sufficient. I have a good example of Hans Dahlborg, who was managing Nordic Bank. When the banks merged in 1990s, end of the 1990s or early 2000s, he was the group managing director and CEO, and he learned a bit of Finnish language so that he was able to say certain things in Finnish. And indeed, this made him a very popular person in Finland. And when I talked to in the West Coast, so Swedish is spoken, and Finns here who perhaps, or others who do not want to learn language. And I usually tell the people, if you think you can manage without Finnish and now work in Sweden, it's a wrong tactic to drop Finnish, because Finnish language in Sweden is one of the best competitive factors that you can have for getting a job. And you don't have to really, I said, have perfect skills in Finland compared to Finland. If you apply for a job in Finland, of course, yes, you need to be able to speak fluent Finnish. And Finland is known as a country that you have to do everything up to perfection. And that is a bad thing when talking about languages. I would say it is positive that we are open here, and yes, people trust very much each other, but still, I would say that Finland is very much known for the fact, and if I think of the difference between the two countries, if you have a Swedish seller who's explaining about the products and the sort of the cons of the product, and if you would ask about that, he will tell, but a Finnish salesperson would start when presenting about the negative points related to the product, and only after that, little by little, moves on to the product and talks about the actual thing. And I'm sure this is true for language as well. So we should now open up things quicker in Finland and talk and use the language that our customers have. So thinking of public procurements, it is very important to know the language of the country, because if you're working in the public sector, there usually procurements are carried out in the language in question. And in order to get a feel of the business and give a sense that you know the culture of the country where you're doing business, it is always good to know the language. We Finns, we have the markets of 20 million people around us, and they are all our Swedish speakers, and they live around us. So this is a market area that we really need to cherish. As we now think of general atmosphere in Finland and languages, we are now a member of the European Union. That is one point. But another point is that in certain areas, there is now weaker skills of Swedish language because English is becoming more and more dominant language. But no, Swedish is no longer compulsory at the A-level exams in Finland. That's the bad thing. But the counter thing for that is that we have integrated well, and we are well integrated into Swedish business life in Sweden. We have 830 companies who do that. So it means that we have been able to grow our foothold over there. The number of companies, and I said these two come closer to each other. I have a timeline I need to finish, and thank you very much and have a fruitful seminar.
Stort tack, Kjell och tack också för att du.
Thank you very much, Kjell, for that, and thank you for respecting the time. Thank you very much for that. But indeed, you're able to make very important points up. And the Finns who move to Sweden and think that they can just manage without any Finnish language skills, indeed, that is not a positive thing for them, because in particular, it's easier to get a job over there if you know language, and vice versa in this country as well.
About learn thy neighbor's language, about languages and the advantage of learning the neighbor language, I would give the floor. Ich glaube, ich werde auch jetzt Deutsch reden. Gösta Toft ist Mitglied vom FUM-Präsidium. Kommt von der deutschen Minderheit in Dänemark und wird wahrscheinlich jetzt.
And now we will have a switch in German language. So please go ahead. And you can also, of course, call the members of the panel.
Yes, Brody, welcome to our second session, Learning Your Neighboring Language, Promoting Diversity Through Education. Ja, det var jo den engelske version, så vil jeg prøve med den danske. Velkommen til vores næste emne, Lær dig nabosproget. Jeg håber, I alle sammen, eller mange kunne forstå det i hvert fald. Og så har jeg...
So now I'm speaking Danish.
Nu skal jeg prøve. Tervetuloa. Forstod I det?
And I just spoke in Finnish. Did you understand me when I said tervetuloa? That's welcome. Good. Right. And I will now speak in German next. So, neighboring languages. I'm so happy now that we have organized this seminar, because indeed this was a bit uncertain thing because of the COVID-19 pandemic, and it has affected us a lot, and also the planning was affected by this. But I'm so happy that we now have a high number of listeners, participants here present who represent different languages. And we also have people from Ukraine, from Ireland, from Italy, and from Greenland as well. So guests are from all these countries, which is a great achievement for us. But my own language actually is Danish dialect. And therefore, I want to use both Danish and German when I take the floor. And I hope I can manage to do this in practice. And many of the people present here are speaking multiple languages. And many of you are bilingual or trilingual even, or you master even more languages. And this is a true added value. And as we already heard by previous speakers, this is something that is not always recognized as a resource. And therefore, I would say that the speakers that will take the floor next will be raising challenges. So using that word in English, challenges. And I would say that in FUEN, we in FUEN require more attention toward the cultural and linguistic added value. And I want to raise one example. In the European Union, in the SAPAC initiative, we have the Citizens Initiative, and we want to, of course, promote this initiative. And in that initiative, we have had a proposal that we should be having our own site or place, or something that regulates the position of minor languages. And then what about learning languages and challenges? I want to now present to our 4 speakers. They all actually represent different points of view. They have different backgrounds and different setups of the different countries they represent. And they indeed have different visions and views concerning the future. But they all have a common ground as well, which is education. And this is very interesting. And as we're going to hear the presentations by the speakers, I'm sure that we will all notice that we have a lot of common ground with the points made by our speakers. So I will invite here in front of the room the following. So Gur Åkerblom, and who will talk to us about the Sweden-Finnish situation. And then we have Petra Palkio, who is over there. Great, welcome, join us. And we also have, she will talk about Sweden, Finnish, but then Tuuli From, unfortunately, she got ill and she's not able to join us today. But then we have a 3rd member of the panel, it's Anja Piest. And Anja is going to tell us about the neighboring languages, so the German-Danish language cooperation in the border area. And now switching to Danish. So these are now the members of our panel, and I am so happy that Gunnar Åkerblom has joined us. And I actually could say that you are the most known expert because you used to be in the Finnish National Agency of Education. You were the former director of the agency. And the Finnish National Agency for Education is different from the agency we have in Denmark, but I would like to hear from you more about that. And you have experience of over 20 years of the educational sector and also of Nordic cooperation, which is very interesting. And you have in this year, March, published a report concerning Swedish language in basic education up till university. Isn't that correct? Good. So from the very beginning up till the very end of the whole educational system. So I'm looking forward with great expectation to your presentation. So please take the floor.
Good afternoon. Mange tack, vielen Dank, kiitos. Thank you so much for inviting me to this impressive and thought-provoking forum about Nordic diversity and growth. Jag har bestämt mig för att prata engelska den här gången, men vi är som sagt väldigt flerspråkiga här så att jag svarar väldigt gärna på frågor på svenska eller finska danska också, kanske inte på.
So I'm going to speak in Swedish, but we are such multilinguists that
analysis of the Swedish education pathway, which I was responsible for and wrote in the year of 2020. I imagine these findings are also partly relevant for other linguistic minorities. First of all, I will present the education in Finland from a Swedish language perspective, and then I will present the report very shortly and share with you the main results of my report. And then I will go through the topic showing special challenges for Swedish language education in Finland. And those are also challenges that I believe are very typical of minorities and linguistic minorities especially. This is the topic of the survey or the analysis that the report was about. But I will first go into some facts here about Finland. Finland in brief, 5.5 million, and we actually then have two official languages, Finnish and Swedish. And even though the Swedes are only Swedish speakers, 5.2% of the population, these two languages are state languages and they are in equal positions, both of them, as you have heard before. 7.8% of the population today is consisting of people from other countries and parts of the world. Education is based on equity in Finland. Everyone has the right to basic education free of charge. And that means, of course, that the education in Finland has exactly the same status as the Finnish education. And this picture I wanted to show you, this is a picture of the Finnish educational system. And the structure of the Swedish education is exactly the same. But I prefer to talk about actually nowadays about the Swedish educational system or the Swedish language educational path, because it forms an entity of its own. And that is quite important actually. The objective for education in Finland today is to make Finland a leading country for future learning and inspiring education. And of course, this is an aim also for education in Swedish. The Swedish-speaking municipalities, or the municipalities that actually are bilingual, there are 33 bilingual municipalities. Some of them are very, very Swedish. Some of them have lower amounts of Swedish speakers. But they are along the coast, as you can see. So that means that the schools and universities and the children education and care are along the coast mainly. But we also have the so-called language islands, which are larger Swedish-speaking schools in totally Finnish municipalities. And they are the blue dots on this map. And then some more figures here. I have the exact figures also if someone is interested, but if we count all the children that are in early childhood education and care up to the end of the upper secondary school, there are about 62,800 in the Swedish language schools. And that can be compared to 1,230,000 in the nation on a whole. The total number, again, of Swedish registered students in higher education, universities and polytechnics are 13,000 students. But again, there are more probably Swedish speakers than the 13,000, because that means 13,000 that have been registered as Swedish speakers. Actually, in Finland, you cannot register your language as being bilingual. You have to register either as a Swedish speaker or Finnish speaker or other language. But we know, for example, that in the school, Swedish language schools today, we have about 43% bilingual children. And every year when the 7-year-olds start school, there's about 11% more children coming to the Swedish language schools than you would expect according to the registration system of how you have registered as which one is your mother tongue. Okay, now we go over to the report. The reason for the task, I was given was that there was an urgent need for a total picture of Swedish language education in Finland, because there had never been such a survey done, and because there was an apparent lack of data concerning the education in Swedish on all levels. So actually, I was appointed rapporteur for this project in December 2019, and we started the work in January 2020. The final report was handed over to the minister in March 2021. This was a so-called one-person report. That means that I worked alone. I had an assistant. There was a referee group that came together for meetings about 5 or 6 times during the whole year. We had decided to have hearings in the different part of the Swedish-speaking Finland, but we could only have one. One hearing was held in Helsinki in February. Then the pandemic came and ended the next possibilities for having live hearings. So we then interviewed instead over 60 experts. We also had a large web inquiry in the spring, and also another web inquiry was sent to the education providers in the autumn of 2020. And then I have also gone through earlier surveys, assessments, and reports. So all this material forms, so to speak, the material for the report. When we come to the main results, I have 3 points here to make, especially. The big picture shows that Swedish language education works well overall. And as you heard, there are many people, or also Finnish families, totally monolingual Finnish families, who want to put their children into education in Swedish. About 4 or 5% of the children in basic education in Swedish schools are from monolingual Finnish backgrounds. But even though everything seems to work fairly well, there are gaps in the system, and they tend to become bigger, and it's important that they become filled in order to ensure nationwide equality in education. And 3 aspects call for special emphasis, which the referee group also thought was very important to point out: the quality aspects, the lack of available surveys and data concerning Swedish education, and the third thing, the importance of seeing Swedish language education as an entity, a system where all parts are equally important. So this picture actually tells you this situation. Here we see the Swedish language education in a holistic perspective, where we see that this is a path of its own, and all these different forms of education exist in Swedish, but some of them are maybe a little bit weaker than others. And it's very important that they all function well, because if not, that will affect the other parts and the other levels of education if something is failing. Another aspect which is important as a result, or as a point to emphasize, is that the administrative and cultural base is fundamental to Swedish language education. And we have heard today about identity. It's this identity forming, the forming of meaning, to be safe in a safe environment, and be able to study in your own language, how important that is, which also forms a base for the Swedish education, of course. And as a language of instruction, Swedish is a tool for all learning and development, and a key unifying factor. And that's why the competence in the Swedish language is so important to support. It needs extra support because it's in a minority situation, both for those who are teaching and those who are being taught, the learners and the instructors, all the time. Okay, so this is again a picture of where you can put, if you put the child or the student in the center, then you can see that all these community parts that are around the school are equally important: the parents, the teacher, the school leaders, the language, the culture, the community around it, and the Finnish society as a whole. And it's also important that we have a clear administrative base for the Swedish language education. Now I turn to the 5 I have actually gathered the challenges from the report now here in 5 topics. I think that would be the most interesting for you to hear about the challenges and maybe not go into the results and the suggestions for filling the gaps. But as I said, 5 topics with the main challenges. The first of all, the first thing, the challenge is that we don't see the integration of immigrants working well enough in the Swedish educational system. It has many reasons. It works well in some municipalities, but not, for example, in the capital area. And most of the newcomers to Finland come into Finland through the capital area in southern Finland. So this should be improved. Already things have happened since the report came out, actually. So there are good things happening in all of these areas, I would say. But that is important. Integration is important for the population as a whole. We need a working force. We need more people in Finland, and it's equally important for both educational systems, both for the Finnish and for the Swedish system. Another big challenge is to educate enough of Swedish-speaking experts in important fields of society. Of course, healthcare, law, and education can be mentioned, but there are many others important areas, and there are gaps here also. A big problem for the development of Swedish language education is something that I already mentioned, that is the lack of data concerning education in Swedish on all levels. If you want to know more about the reasons for these challenges, I can answer questions later on, for example, in Swedish. Okay. So I won't take too much time right now. The fourth topic here is the largest topic here in this summary, the special challenges related to the Swedish language and the special culture which forms the Swedish language school. These are, as I already mentioned, the Swedish, the language of instruction and learning, has a special need to be supported throughout the learning path from early childhood education and care up to higher education. The language of Finnish, which we just heard Kjell Skoglund say how important it is to know Finnish. It's important both in Finland and, as we heard, in Sweden. It also is a sector which needs development. We have to look closely at the structures for studying, and everyone in Finland has the right to have a high competence level in Finnish. That is quite clear. Then we have a problem actually with the structure for studies, which is due to the school ordinance, which is not actually applicable in the Swedish schools in Finland as it is written today. And we have, many of us have talked about this for about 20 years, I think, but it still is a problem. That means that the Swedish language schools, the education providers in Swedish, they have to make other solutions for offering the students both a long course in Finnish and also a long course in a foreign language, which is mostly English. But in Finland, English is not as such an obligatory language. You can also choose another long language. But that is, again, depending on the municipality. And when we talk about learning neighboring languages or the minority languages, the situation in Finland is such for the Finnish schools that many municipalities they do not offer a long course in Swedish anymore, even though it's possible according to the curriculum. So that is why, for example, that's one reason for the knowledge of Swedish being declining in Finland as a whole. Then there is a constant lack of learning material. There is not enough learning material in all subjects, on all stages, for all support material for teachers. The new learning environments, digitalization, etc., also requires new systems for producing learning material. So this is also a very important topic, which is of course connected to the Swedish language itself. And my fifth topic here is the challenges for higher education and research in Swedish, as well as the Nordic cooperation, because it has turned out that more support is needed from the government for carrying out the very important Nordic cooperation within research. And of course here the Swedish educational system is forming a bridge between Finland and the other Nordic countries when it comes to cooperation within research of many different kinds. To sum up, I would like to mention that despite these challenges I have mentioned here, my conclusion in the report is that Swedish education in Finland is doing well. It's vital and dynamic in the same way as the Finnish educational system is as a whole. Over 90% of those children who start their education within early childhood education and care in Swedish continue on the Swedish educational pathway up to university level, and a high percentage of the students find the school atmosphere positive and supportive. The Swedish education in Finland as such forms its own system based on a long educational tradition in Swedish since the Middle Ages, and developed also in dialogue with the Nordic culture and context within the national Finnish frame for education. What I truly hope is that we gradually could achieve a greater understanding of the asset we have in the Nordic countries with similar cultures and values, and capability of seeing the importance of learning each other's languages, the value of studying and working in the neighboring countries, and the value of promoting Nordic cooperation within the fields of education and culture, which actually are very crucial for the integration in the Nordic countries, which is an aim right now, which we heard earlier today. All of these are extremely meaningful factors and unique in Europe today, I would say. And what we are hoping for in the Swedish educational system today, and I believe also this could be seen as challenges for linguistic minorities in a nutshell, is something that has been defined as the most crucial factors for high-performing school systems today. This is by a McKinsey report. First of all, those who are high-performing schools, they get the right people to become teachers. They develop these people into effective instructors, and they put in place systems and targeted support to ensure that every child is able to benefit from excellent instructions. Thank you for listening.
Mange tak for dette excellente foredrag.
Thank you very much. Excellent presentation. Thank you for that. And now, what Günther said, I don't think we have time for any questions or wide, extensive discussions, but short questions, please. If you have any short, direct questions, no one? Well, in that case, I might ask you a question, Gun. You mentioned healthcare as a sector there, and I do know that in many places, minorities have linguistic problems in healthcare. Is that a problem here in Finland? I would like to hear about that. Well, actually, thank you for that. And indeed, it's difficult to recruit people that learn or have sufficient skills of Swedish in the caretaking and social sector. It has been really the hot potato in Finland lately. And if ever somebody living in the capital area and people are senior citizens staying in hospital 5-6 weeks, and quite often you don't have anyone of your own language to explain the situation to you. That is the fact in Finland. I think we have a demographic challenge ahead of us because of the aging population, and the high number of senior citizens will grow, and the population needs these services. Okay, let's now proceed. And at this point, I say welcome to Petra Palkio, who is a teacher. and an activist in languages, as Petra has described herself, and also a member of a think tank. Tankesmedja is the name. I like that, Tankesmedja think tank. That's a very nice way to describe that. The AK is the name of the think tank where she's a member, and the topic is to support Finnish language in Sweden. So please tell us more. Take the floor.
So yes, hi everyone, and as you heard, my name is Petra. I am a second generation Sweden Finn, and very happy to be here. Exciting to be talking about such important matters, and thank you to very important talks already. We have a lot to learn from each other. We can go to the next slide, please. It's jumped one slide, I believe. So, as Gösta said, I am a teacher, and the languages listed within the brackets are my languages, English, Swedish, and Finnish, which of the two first ones I teach also today, but the last one, Finnish, I don't teach that anymore. And you might be considering, why is that, since I also proclaim being a language and minority activist? The difference between teaching Finnish in Sweden or teaching English and Swedish is, of course, that English and Swedish are high status languages, and the pay gap becomes several thousands per month. It also means that I cannot have the benefits of a teacher and learning from my colleagues and the support of my colleagues. So there are several differences between teaching these languages. I would very much so like to be continuing teaching Finnish as well in Sweden. I did so for 8 years, but the structures and the working conditions needed for good instruction, as Gun Åkerblom was talking about, are not in place. I am also the former vice chairperson of the Sweden-Finnish delegation, which represents Sweden Finns on a national level in Sweden. And just as Gösta already told you, I'm also a member of the think tank VAKA. Next slide, please. In 2019, I got to, as a part of my work in the NGO Swedish-Finnish delegation, the possibility to present the alternative report for the Council of Europe's group of experts about how Sweden implements minority rights. And I especially prepared and looked at a report from 2016, which actually encompasses the whole education in Sweden in Finnish. It's called Lost Momentum. It says a lot, I believe. Only in the name already it encompasses our situation. The 2016 report listed a lot of signs of deterioration. It listed concerns, and we can just concur that the losing momentum is still continuing. The lack of appropriate government measures is detrimental for the Finnish language in Sweden. Next slide, please. Just to paint a picture, what would it be living in Sweden and trying to be a bilingual person, or maybe being the parent of a bilingual child and trying to keep the Finnish language alive? A part of the report was having a look at media and how the systematic revitalization of the language, increased visibility and status play a big role in Sweden. I won't go into all of this that you see on the list, but please note the second last line, that Swedish dominates. So we don't actually have a Finnish-speaking TV channel. We have programs in Finnish. Our media outlets are very few. And we're basically in Sweden, or not we, but Sweden is throwing out the UN conventions, the rights of the child, but also the Council of Europe's minority conventions out the window. Next slide, please. There is a glimmer of hope. We have a revised law from 2019, which is supposed to, and I say supposed to, guarantee real influence. The national minority should be able to state its needs and wants and influence decision-making in an early stage of the decision-making process. But this is still something in the making in real life. There have been made 2 in-depth inquiries, governmental inquiries, and which the one from 2017 done by Jarmo Lainio, who will be talking tomorrow to you in the final debate. The one considering language education when it comes to the national minority languages in Sweden is the one that's still being put on hold or totally lacking when it comes to implementation. We're still waiting. Next slide, please. So education, as I said, the lost momentum continues. We could argue that Sweden has a assimilation promoting one language norm. And this norm is actually so strong that it's not even being questioned in the minds of decision makers. We have in recent years seen actually language bans in towards the Finnish language. And this actually, ladies and gentlemen, in schools where Finnish is a part of the school's profile. So in a municipal school where children and their parents have sought to educate their children in Finnish, we are not instructing all of our staff about the importance of the national minority language. So in practice, in everyday life, there can actually be, it can be as bad as this, that it results in language bans. We have another huge problem in Sweden, and that is that language is not a ground for discrimination. One could argue of the 7 criteria for grounds of discrimination that we have in Sweden that ethnicity is amongst the criteria, but we have seen cases when it comes to Sweden Finns where you cannot make your voice heard when it comes to language discrimination. And this is a huge gap that we aim to change and need to change. So in conclusion, many structural and legal implementation problems still remain. Next slide, please. So as I said, the governmental inquiry regarding the Sweden Finns and education from 2017, it actually suggested that the national minority language would become a subject of its own. And that would have meant 3 hours of tuition per week. That would make a huge difference for the minority. The current situation for bilingual education is inadequate when it comes to Finnish, but also the situation for bilingual Swedish-Finnish schools has become even worse, as every time when there's some kind of structural change made, these schools are affected, and it may come down to funding. They are basically under a constant threat. Next slide, please. So I was very happy to listen to Gun talking about a system and maybe gaps in a system. But in Sweden, we're kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel when it comes to Sweden Finns, because we don't even have a strategy in place, something that Sweden has been criticized for again and again. The inadequate structures place a lot of responsibility on top of the shoulders of the national minority individuals. We also risk even more being marginalized and ignored because of this, and it demands a lot of the national minority language speaker. Next slide, please. So what could be the antidote, and what kind of remedy would we need? We would, of course, need to continue educating both the majority and the national minority itself. there is legislation in place where we should get information about our rights, but this is not the case. So a typical Sweden Finn, the children that I meet in my classroom, they don't even know that this is a thing, that this exists. So even on a word level, we need to do a lot of work, and where cultural identity would come into play. I would like to stress the second last point. We would need fundamental human rights when it comes to learning language, and language should be learned on all levels. We have a very strong focus on revitalization in Sweden, but as myself, I have conducted or I've studied at university level, studied using Finnish, and also worked as a teacher instructing in Finnish. But I have very few places, very few arenas for my language in Sweden. And we definitely need to be able to use Finnish on all different levels. I'm very happy to see recent developments where Åbo Academy in Vasa, the Swedish-speaking teachers education, published some information on it starting a teachers education program in Sweden. So a Finnish university would be educating teachers in Sweden. This would be a joint venture with Uppsala University. So maybe this could even be one of many answers needed for the Sweden Finns. Next slide, please. Another answer for me personally, and for many in our minority, has been to lift very important thoughts through the think tank VACA. You might notice the quote on top, and it's been slightly altered. To be invisible or difficult, that is the question. We don't aim to be difficult belonging to a national minority, but in Sweden, it is often the case that we have to get used to and get others used to that from speaking from a national minority point of view, we are lifting concerns, bringing them out to broad daylight that are not really that popular. This type of work that VACA does through the think tank is that it puts the minority perspective into words. And of course, educating the minority itself in Finnish is a key factor in that. Next slide, please. A typical example for our think tank has been to show that we need to use the Finnish language. So, and I'll switch to Finnish for a short while and then go back to English. Suomi on ruotsin kieli.
So the language we use is something that we communicate with, and it does develop us. It is a living thing. It loves and it hates and it has insights. The Cultural Council of Sweden supports the literature, is factual literature, and Finland is right there, not just across the sea. We hear voices and we have wings. We have visible national minority in the country. Think tank is called VACA.
There see the cover of a book that has been influential and important. It received funding from Sweden's Council of Arts, and it did so in the category of non-fiction. This, to our knowledge, is the first time that a book having been written in Finnish in Sweden has received this type of funding. And last slide, please. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to voice what it is to be a Sweden Finn in Sweden today. And thank you very much to all of you hardworking people at FUN who made this possible. Thank you.
Jamen, det var jo lidt udtryk for de forskellige rammebetingelser.
Well, this was an expression of the various framework conditions that we have in Sweden and Finland, and you can say that what we could hope for is a parallel development. So similar framework conditions would be important. Luckily, the Council of Europe is investigating this matter. I think that will be of great help, that you can get assistance from there. This is a good way to make some progress. Most of you, of course, know the Council of Europe, their Convention of Minority Languages, and it is something where experts monitor these things. Would you like to comment on that? Well, I'm not sure which language to use now.
A very important means of bringing forth change. Sweden has received criticism in, I don't know, 18 or 19 years running. But this is a way to shed light on what is happening in Sweden and the needs of the national minority for the Sweden Finns.
Ja. Arne, har du et spørgsmål?
Måske, ja. Okay. Ja, mit navn er Barne Barnsen, og jeg er vicepræsident.
Olen Barnsen ja olen FUENin varapuheenjohtaja. Sorry, I'm the vice president of FUEN. And are we a bit superficial in our thinking, or is it that we are not really aware of this discrimination? Because it seems to be really conscious discrimination and people are not aware of that.
Years and years of work with and within the national minority itself. I would say that everything you mentioned is put into play here. So we need a lot more education for government officials, but especially actually on the local level, because we have more rights on paper than ever before. But it is the local level that's going to be decisive of if we're actually ever going to put those human rights into play. So we need a lot more educational efforts, but also there is a very strong one language norm, as I mentioned during my presentation. And this is actually so strong that it's just not even brought forth. It's not something that we put words on in discussions with officials. And I think it needs to play a bigger part. So we're basically talking about, I mean, I know that all of you have done your homework basically because you're here. So you know these things, but this is sometimes I get the feeling of that I'm from a different planet sitting with governmental officials trying to explain the viewpoints of a national minority, because we're not asking for the moon, we're asking for basic fundamental rights.
Ja, tak for det. Er der flere spørgsmål?
Thank you for that. Any other questions now? If not, we will continue. Anja Peist. I will now continue in German. Yes, Anja, you were born in GDR and grew up in the then GDR, and you have studied Slavic languages. I have an interesting background. Do you have experience of the Polish-German border area? Pomerania is what it's called. You have been involved in the Interreg project in the region of Schleswig. It is a region that covers southern Jutland and Schleswig area. Today you represent the Interreg project. This is a very positive example of what can be promoted by an Interreg project. The intercultural activities, how we can promote linguistic development in a border crossing way. It's very interesting. If you want to know more, you can ask Anja for further information also after this presentation, but she will now tell us about something about learning languages at the border of Denmark and Germany, so southern Jutland and Schleswig, that border.
Ja, ganz herzlichen Dank für die Einladung zu diesem.
Many thanks for the invitation to this forum. Many thanks for your interest. We have 20 years experience of this collaboration in the region of southern Jutland and Schleswig, and I would also like to send our greetings from the CEO of our information center. I would like to talk to you about the linguistic tasks of this region, and then about the position of Danish and German as the language of the neighboring country, and then about the language policy and the practical implementation of this language strategy. I would also like to tell you about the new project. So southern Jutland, Schleswig, southern Jutland, Schleswig region is at the border of Denmark and Germany, has existed since 1997. It consists of 4 Danish municipalities in the northern areas, and then of 2 municipalities in the German area, and of the city of Flensburg with 9,000 inhabitants. It's the biggest city in this region. The slides keep changing very quickly here. Right from the start, the task of this region as a border crossing region, we would be happy to promote this cooperation in the region. We want to promote citizens' living surroundings, conditions for growth. Language has a huge role in this, and from the very start, language has had an important role for at least 20 years. Even before that, we've been aware of the fact that in the border crossing collaboration, language can be a barrier, but it can also be key to this cooperation. From the very beginning, we have promoted these activities, and you can see here that it was our objective that each citizen could use their own native language and be understood in their own native language. That was our objective. Peter Holder stated in his opening remark that we too have a minority. We have the Frisian area here in the west, and we have a Danish minority in Germany and the Friesland, and then there are also German minorities in Denmark. And you can see here we have German and Danish as foreign languages, but we use the term neighboring language. And at the same time, these languages are minority languages. And it is important to distinguish between these terms. The neighboring language and the minority language, but it is important to point out that we actually have a successful cooperation. For example, if we are drawing up teaching materials in Germany or in Denmark, sometimes the schools in the minority languages need to use these teaching material because they have pupils who move there or who go to these schools, and they use this material that was actually meant for a majority. So we actually have a very good and sound cooperation between our countries, but we should also take into account that the needs differ. But as I said, the collaboration has been working very well. I would briefly like to talk to you about what the position of German and Danish look like traditionally in in Denmark, all throughout the country. There is in Denmark teachers education there. We have in Germany Danish as a neighboring language. So you can see here we have the state Schleswig-Holstein that is bordering to Denmark, and there Danish is considered as a neighboring language, not just as a foreign language. So Danish can be studied in quite a few schools in different stages too, levels. And for Danish teachers, we offer teachers training in Denmark. To what extent are these languages then learned and taught? That depends on the various impact factors. You can see the societal status here. You can see that unfortunately German has a bad reputation in Denmark. And unfortunately, German is not just studied or taught in school that much. And you can see what is the status of a minority language. I would like to give you an example here in Germany. For a very long time, they've been talking about not needing Danish tuition. We have minority languages. There's no need to teach Danish in a normal German school in Schleswig-Holstein. This is why it's very important to communicate that we will hold on to that Danish can also be taught in normal schools in that state. And here you can see the language strategy that was adopted in 2019 in our region. And the primary objective here was that as many citizens as possible will understand the language of the neighboring country so that they could utilize the opportunities in the border areas. And you can see already the difference, because 20 years ago it was enough to be understood, but now in this new language strategy, it says that language can also be used. And here we have some part objectives that the language should be taught as early as possible, possibly already at the daycare center, and this opportunity should be continued without any gaps. So the language should be taught at an early age in primary schools, secondary schools. It's very important. We want it to become a lifelong learning because it has huge opportunities. It offers huge opportunities in working life later. And as the last point, the authentic encounters with the neighboring language in the neighboring language so that we could get to know each other better and use the language. It's important that there is a framework within which we will meet, and the Interreg program has a huge impact for Germany and Denmark, because from the very beginning, this program has been funded by the European Regional Fund. And this supports this development in the early education for daycare children, so that they would learn languages as early as possible. How do we carry out these objectives in practice then? We have 5 focal points. I would like to go through them briefly here. The first emphasis is cooperation, that we could create networking education between different educational institutions, between teachers and between schools. And this is very important, both sides of the border in Germany and in Denmark, that we have the same knowledge level, activities in common, exchange of information, joint projects. We have our advisory board for promoting languages. So we really want to achieve things. And the advisory group for languages is also relevant for the second objective, considering a language as a neighboring language. And I already told you what the difference is between a foreign language and a neighboring language. This is very important for us, because this term foreign language actually means that it's something foreign to us, something distant to us, whereas a neighboring language can be a neighbor whom you know and who you can trust. And this connotation is extremely important to understand, we think, because we want as many children and adolescents as well as adults as possible to be interested in learning the neighboring language, because we want to show that it is not difficult to learn this language. You can learn it in a short period of time, the language of the neighboring country. You can visit there, get to know them as neighbors, and that's why it's so important to use this term neighboring language. And we wanted to prove this by a scientific study. So we have the didactics of the neighboring country. We wanted to take it in practice. Didactics means the way how to carry out language tuition, what kind of tactics to implement in one's teaching. And it is a question of whether we want to show another perspective to teachers. We want to convey the information to teachers that it's about teaching languages that might not be that complicated as teaching normal languages. We have so many opportunities and objectives in common. This is what I want to emphasize. We want to have a functional view of languages. We want to show that it's useful to learn a neighboring language. And we want that children in schools are aware that learning Danish or German will give them added value. If they use a bus, for example, and drive to another school or visit another daycare, they can right away use this language actively and see all location that they can communicate with that language. So the teachers should have more tools available to them, because of course they can make visits and then just come back home and think about where the contact and impact was there. But when we want to prepare this visit or encounter properly, come up with different themes, take various exercises, practice some terms, and try and encourage pupils to speak so that they can overcome the threshold of speaking, and how they could perhaps exchange information in one language. Maybe they can also use their hands for communication. Teachers should have these tools, how to promote communication. Then the third emphasis point we have over the past 20 years drawn up and published teaching material with the help of the Interact program, and their latest publication, this textbook, language, the sound. It works both ways. It can be used as teaching material for Danish in Germany or for German in Denmark. And we have made various experiments with our new didactics, with multilingual teaching material. We try to encounter children in a situation where they could try out using languages themselves, and they could change from one language to another. You can see here this text that I've copied here. It has mixed Danish and German in the same language, the same sentence. So we want to convey this message to children that it's okay to use language like this, because it's quite common that when you learn a language, you start from the first language, the source language, and then you continue with another one. This was not common practice before, but we have started using this, and we've gained really positive results. Teachers have welcomed this and carried it out. And here we have actually some songs that are to be sung, and people will remember that. We also have some further education for teachers. This is very important. For 17 to 18 years, annually, we have organized Danish-German teachers conferences, not just for the teachers of minority languages and teachers of minority schools, but for general schools. Teachers of general schools also meet in this conference, and we can convey a lot of information there of new themes and topics. And it's also very important to communicate about the cultural connections, the competence in that, because it's an important part of the language didactics. So we like the fact that the teachers can network and exchange information. They're very happy to take part in the conference. And afterwards, the conference is evaluated, and there's always the same wish that you have to stick to the break so that we can exchange information and have enough time to have breakfast or coffee together. And this creates proper networks, even friendships out of these conferences. And finally, this somewhat challenging part, I'm sure you're all familiar with this in your own work, the very challenging question of status and stereotypes that always are there for us. It's that German is boring and Danish is difficult as languages because it's so difficult to pronounce. So now we are running a campaign in the social media. We want to show the good stories from all different population groups and age groups, and people can join in. It's very fun. We want to show how exciting and fun it is to learn new languages. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank, Anja. Auch hier nochmal.
Thank you very much, Anya, for that. So the question is, we have now heard three speakers. They are all here in the front of the room, and please ask questions. Do you have any questions from the audience? Go ahead, please.
Ja, tack. Ja, nej, en fråga eller det är...
I have a question. And this is about what Gunnar Blom said. She explained that there are no statistics on bilingualism in Finland. Oh, that's true for Slovakia and Romania as well. And this is a real problem when we study and do research on bilingualism. So the numbers are very uncertain if there are no statistics. And a question to you, Gunnar Blom. In Finland, you have been talking about the change in the statistics, so I think it will be helpful when doing some mapping work on the language usage. Could you have a brief answer? Yes, briefly. Yes, we do have statistics, but what I meant by my presentation was that when there are certain numbers that we can obtain, but other numbers that we cannot get. So in order to be able to follow how many children go to Swedish-speaking schools up to the level of upper secondary school, you can find that out, yes, but how many of them continue to universities and which universities they go to, I don't have that data. So when I try to get those numbers on bilingualism, there are certain gaps in the system. And I also referred to the lack of statistics. And I meant that when we collect data and analytics of education in Finland, nationally, but also internationally, then they take into account some miniature samples from Sweden. Sometimes there are good assessments carried out and concerning like Swedish education and native language teaching, but quite often they only have, as I said, small sample. And then they say, this is so tiny, we can't even do any analysis, and they don't make the effort at all. So it's not taking the big picture. So therefore, it just happens to be the case that we don't get the bigger picture of what is the correct situation. Like Tally's research, OECD countries, that was sent. Oh, there were a lot of Swedish answers from Swedish schools that were sent over, but it was such a small sample that they never analyzed that sample. So that happens all the time in Finland. I just wanted to add to that. So I'm sorry, I just need to sort of interrupt that discussion, but thank you. Thank you for that. And thank you all speakers. Very interesting session indeed. And as we speak about neighbors languages, I think also in our region in Denmark or Danish-German border area, when they start schooling, it takes place earlier than before because it really matters. And I think we could continue, but we need to stop because there's also dinner and we need to, of course, get our dinner tonight. So we'll meet each other in a short while. I don't know if somebody wants to say some practical things about the dinner, but it is at 7 p.m.
Tack Gösta och tack alla panelister. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gösta, and thank you all members of the panel.
Session now, because at 7 o'clock there will be served a welcome drink by the city of Espoo in our restaurant. So please, if you need to go to your hotel rooms in between, do, and then we'll gather in the restaurant in the side of the restaurant, which is a bit beneath the bar desk. So good, nice to see you again in 10 minutes in the restaurant. Thank you for today.
And another positive piece of news is that we start a quarter of an hour later tomorrow morning. So we don't start at 9, but we start at 9:15. So at 9:15, you get to sleep a bit longer. No.